Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive, and good morning to those joining us in the digital gallery today. I note we have no attendees in the physical gallery. It's my privilege to declare the ordinary meeting of Tuesday, 21st of June 2022 to be open. And in doing so, I acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet, and also the lands that form the footprint of our great region, pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend congratulations to them on their continued nurture of their culture. I note a full attendance of councillors and a full attendance of the CEO and executive team. Therefore, I have no apologies specific to the meeting today. It's my privilege, therefore, to welcome Pastor Mark Ironside from the Harvest Point Church to lead us in prayers. Good morning, Mark. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, good morning, Mayor Greg Christensen, and to the councillors. It's my privilege to join you just for a moment this morning as your proceedings start there today. And allow me to read two verses from God's Word. Proverbs chapter 2, verse 4. It says, "Wisdom is a gift from a generous God, and every word he speaks is full of revelation and becomes the fountain of understanding within you. The Lord has hidden a storehouse of wisdom and made it accessible to his godly ones. He becomes your personal bodyguard as you follow his ways, protecting and guarding you as you choose what is right. Then you will discover all that is just, proper and fair, and be empowered to make the right decisions as you walk into your destiny." And dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for these men and women today who serve us in our local government, those who make decisions today. Father God, I pray for the wisdom of the living God to be their portion as I put you first this morning with this prayer before their proceedings, and that you would intervene in their hearts and their minds to give them the thoughts and the clarity to make the decisions that are wise for our community and the betterment of it and the prosperity. We commit them and their families to you today, and we pray that this verse that says, it talks about the protection of God guarding around their life. I pray that for each individual listening to me right now, every family they represent, and for the community of the Scenic Rim, we commit it in the hands of the living God. Bless this day, we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mark. It is always a privilege to have you share with us. Thank you again, and as ever, we understand you also have a busy schedule. You're welcome to stay with us in the digital gallery, but we will also understand that you have other matters to deal with in the community. We thank you for your continued service in our community and wish you continued well-being and blessing with that.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll leave the meeting now, but God bless. Have a good day.
Thank you. Councillors, we turn to item 5 on today's agenda, which is our declaration of prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest by members. The CEO has had no such advice that he's referred to me. Are there any such matters that we should be aware of for today? Take silence as meaning no. Item 6, there are no announcements specific for today's meeting.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I have an announcement for today's meeting.
Well, Councillor, it's not normal for a councillor to do announcements, so it's not normal for a councillor. You normally would bring it to me. So I will exercise discretion, not knowing what it is and not having visibility, but note that I may stop you if it veers off track. So please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I wish to announce that at the beginning of this month, Drew Crichton, the editor of the Fassifern Guardian newspaper, was elected President of the Queensland Country Press Association at the association's AGM. We should acknowledge his appointment to this prestigious position. And Council should also acknowledge that journalist Brian Benyon from the Fassifern Guardian newspaper received the highest honour among his peers by receiving the top award for excellence in journalism for an individual journalist for his reporting in our community on scenic room issues. The judges commented that all entries for this award should be praised for reporting on issues that matter to their communities and give their communities a voice. These are significant achievements, and Council should congratulate them on their endeavours to support our region.
Thank you, Councillor. I had thought you might have been making a different announcement, and one which I will now make, which is very relevant to the activities of Council, and that is to acknowledge that Council had 4 finalists in the Queensland Tourism Industry Council's Top Tourism Towns Awards recently, and we are delighted to be able to celebrate that. One of our 4 finalists, Tambourine Mountain, in the Top Tourism Town category, was identified as Queensland's top tourism town for 2022. And it's a congratulations that was acknowledged by their representative on the night, which relied certainly on the support of Council and the endeavours of Council, as well as the contributions from a number of local businesses to put together an excellent submission. And of course, the voting of the community in support of their nomination led to their success. So congratulations certainly on that, as a part of our vibrant and rich fabric of successful business opportunities across the region. Move forward then to section 7. I've not been advised of any petitions, and there are no deputations arranged for the meeting today. And move therefore to item 8, the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 7th of June 2022. The recommendation before us is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 7th of June 2022 be adopted. Councillor Swanborough, can you just switch your microphone off, please? It gives background when you're not on speaking. Thank you. And so that's the recommendation before us. So firstly, I seek a mover, and then I'm aware that Councillor Enright wishes to raise a matter. So seek a mover. Councillor West, thank you. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to highlight what I believe to be a minor error in the minutes from 7th of June, and that relates to item 11.1, selection of external recruitment panel member. The minutes record that I voted for this motion, which I didn't, and on listening to the recording, it confirmed that I voted against this motion, and would ask that the minutes be corrected accordingly.
So I believe, Councillor, you need to just move that as an amendment, please.
So we're happy to move an amendment accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions to Councillor Enright on that matter? Okay, then I think that's fairly straightforward. I seek a seconder to that, Councillor McConnell. Any need to discuss further, Councillor Enright?
No,
wishing to speak against or speak additionally? If not, we put the amendment that the minutes be corrected to correct that voting outcome for item 11.1. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Mr Mayor, I also have an amendment to the minutes for correction.
Thank you, councillor. Please proceed to introduce.
Mr Mayor, it's in relation to item 10.1, and there's several minor amendments that I feel need to be identified and corrected. And the best way to probably do that is for me to table those amendments so that it gives clarity to the councillors around the table, and also to the readers of the minutes in seeing what the context of them are, as a verbal description would be very probably confusing. So I can hand those around for councillors to consider. The amendments are on page 8 and 9 of the proposed table document and are delineated in red.
Sorry, Councillor, I believe I called a point of order. So your item in red, firstly, was, I believe it was a point of order that was declared. It did interrupt you, but it was a point of order. So if you're going to, I'm happy that you want to clarify, but I believe it was a point of order that was...
Well, if you would like to change that, interrupted Councillor Swanborough on a point of order, I would be happy to do that.
Well, that's the correct process, and that's what occurred, Councillor, so I wouldn't like it to be...
It's in the line above.
I'm aware that I called a point of order, so that's why I'm confused why that wording needs to be added, but it can't be added without recognition of the point of order, which is identified above. That was my point.
Except in context, Mr. Mayor, it makes no sense to have my words cut off in the middle of a sentence, which has no meaning, and so to give clarity to that quote, it needs to be clarified, why that sentence wasn't finished.
So, yeah, Councillor, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I think the clarity that a point of order was called, and so to identify it as an interruption without recognising specifically in that piece of wording, because I know how pieces of wording get taken out of context, that it would need to include the recognition that it was an interruption by way of a point of order that was made.
I'm happy to add those words at the end of that, Mr. Mayor. So that would read, yep, it's up on the screen.
No, it was by way of declaring a point, calling a point of order as per the statement above.
So we just probably need someone, if we can, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
Can we just, because we have listeners that don't see what we're talking about,
We'll come back. So
clarify that.
for those who like to follow in the minutes and the detail of the attachments that are available online on page 8 of the minutes, the reference is in context. Councillor Greg Christensen called a point of order in relation to the following comment made by Councillor Derek Swanborough. It would be nonsense, this is the quote, it would be nonsense, Mr. Mayor, to have you as a chair of a committee for something that you didn't believe in. And I don't know if that's the case or not at this point in stage, but when we get to vote, we would know that. But the reason we would have, and the council has asked to insert there that Councillor Christensen interrupted Councillor Swanborough, and I've asked for that to be clarified, that has included by way of calling a point of order for completeness to the context above. Thank you, Councillor. If you're comfortable to identify that.
Yep.
I believe we move to the bottom of page 8 in the minutes, and following discussion and clarification from the Principal Specialist Governance and Assurance on the Code of Conduct warning, and insert when to use the motion of dissent in these circumstances and delete the words appropriateness of the motion of dissent. Councillor Derek Swanborough withdrew the motion of dissent. I don't know if there's any concern about that revision of wording, councillors generally. Any questions to that? Then on the top of page 9, the modification is Councillor Derek Swanborough delete the words provided clarification of his comment and insert did not apologise, and again repeated his original comment, and the words did not intend to cause offence, and that then moves on to Councillor Greg Christensen accepted Councillor Swanborough's response, etc., which doesn't change. Councillors, any questions to that proposed amendment? Now that's been moved as an amendment by Councillor Swanborough. I believe Councillor was happy to amend those words included in his proposed amendment. Seek a seconder. Councillor McGuinness. Any need to speak further, Councillor Swanborough?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the amendment. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Now, returning back to the original motion to receive the minutes, noting we have accepted 2 amendments. Councillor West, are you still happy to proceed with your motion?
Yes, I am, Mayor.
Inclusive of those 2 amendments. Any further questions to the minutes? Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Wish to speak further, Councillor West?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to seek leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move now to item 9, business arising. Is this none identified in the minutes? We then move forward to item 10, and we come to the business of the meeting today. Come to item 10.1. CEO, would you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, executive officers and members of the public listening in at home. Item 10.1 is a request for training from Councillor McConnell. Just some background, councillors. Councillor McConnell has advised that he wishes to attend 3 courses delivered by Peak Services, which is a subsidiary of the LGAQ. Those courses are protocols for council meetings, chairing council meetings, and de-escalating aggressive behaviour. The details and costs are included as the amount of information that we have at this point. In terms of council's policy, the council expenses and reimbursement policy provides that expenses associated with councillors' participation in a variety of programs will be met from existing budgets. The specific courses that Councillor McConnell has referred to don't fall within the list of the pre-approved programs, that therefore we refer these matters to council for council's approval. Thank you.
Councillors, any questions to the report? It's fairly comprehensive. Any additional clarifications?
I'd just like to clarify, Mayor, that these courses are in reference to my new role as the Deputy Mayor to assist me in carrying out those duties.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further clarifications? If not, we'll ask you to introduce the recommendation, CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for councillors: the council endorse the attendance of Councillor Jeffrey McConnell at the following courses. 1. Protocols for council meetings, 30 August 2022 at a cost of $530. 2, chairing council meetings 15th of September 2022 at a cost of $530. And 3, de-escalating aggressive behaviour 21st of September 2022 at a cost of $200.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor Swanborough. Any further questions?
Mayor, just a question regarding the delivery of these. I understand it's online. Online.
Any clarity to that?
Yeah, no, virtual courses.
Virtual, so clarity, just for those who may not have heard that, they confirmed they are virtual programs. Any further, no further clarifications, any further discussion? If not, seek a seconder. Councillor McGuinness, wish to speak further, Councillor Swanborough?
No, I think it's self-explanatory. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, we move to item 10.2 on page 12 of today's agenda. GM, People and Strategy, would you please introduce this item?
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Councillors and Executive. This item is to seek Council's nomination of the final panel member for the recruitment of the CEO. As you are aware, the panel currently consists of Mayor, Deputy Mayor and an external panel member, Gary Keller, who was nominated and accepted by Council resolution in the last meeting. So this is to finalise the recruitment panel for selection of a new CEO today. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions to the report for clarification from the GM, councillors? Any additional commentary to the report? Not, then we move forward to seeking a nomination. Councillors, Councillor Enright, you're making a move? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a nomination.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Enright had the microphone first.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be very happy to nominate Councillor Virginia West for the additional councillor to the panel, for the CEO recruitment panel.
Thank you, Councillor. A nomination. Councillor West, would you be comfortable to accept that if it was successful?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I would be comfortable to accept that nomination. I have been involved in the past with 3 other CEO selections, but also over the last few years I've been involved with Logan Police District on panels to employ local police sergeants and personnel, and all of them are still in their jobs, I might add.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Swanborough, you wanted
Yes,
to...
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to also nominate Councillor Chalk for the position.
Councillor Chalk, are you happy to accept that nomination?
Yes, Mayor, I am happy to accept that nomination.
So, councillors, we have 2 nominations for this position, and therefore we will need to resort to a ballot. I guess in the customary way, we can do that ballot either by the show of hands, or we can do that ballot by a secret ballot. Any guidance, preference from governance? Councillor McConnell?
Can we ask each of those nominated to indicate why they would be the best person to be on this panel, Mr. Mayor?
We can certainly ask for some comments from the councillors, and I think we'll have, before we get to the ballot, I was just flagging, let's decide how we're going to need to do the ballot. So just whilst that's being worked on, it is fruitful commentary to hear from the 2 councillors concerned, and probably to have some wider discussion about balance in the team. So Councillor West, you were nominated first, so would you like to comment further?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, as mentioned before, I have been involved with the last 3 CEOs, but also with a number of police personnel, with the police district. There is training that is given along the way. We're all having some training for this. I'm also very conscious about gender equality, and although I know the MacArthur Company have said to us that it is pretty important that we have a range of personnel on the selection panel.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk, you wish to speak?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I accept the nomination because it's a very important role that we play as councillors to select a CEO. And I've been elected by my community to represent them, and the best way I see to do that is to be involved as I can be, and as close as I can be to make sure we get the best outcome in this situation. So I'll leave it to the room to decide their preference, but I'm willing to do this job, and I'm looking forward to it and excited by it, and I really just want the best outcome for our community, and I feel the best way for me to do that is to accept this nomination and be involved.
So, further discussion, councillors, any questions for the nominees? Councillor McConnell?
It's more of a question to the GM, People and Strategy, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Yeah.
Through the Chair, if I could. Could you just explain the reason why we have diversity and what diversity means on the panel?
Thanks for your question, Councillor. I think gender representation on a panel is something that's become a focus probably over the last 5 to 10 years, and certainly is accepted as best practice now. The reason for that is there's a number of reasons. One is to ensure that there is a fair and equitable process, that each candidate is considered on merit and on merit alone, and evidence would suggest that having gender representation in your panel ensures that we don't have any unconscious bias, or that limits the possibility of unconscious bias being applied based on gender. There's certainly evidence to suggest and research to suggest that can occur where there is a panel that doesn't have that representation. I guess it's also important to note that the membership of the panel sends a very clear message to candidates in terms of the value placed on women in leadership, and I think it's incredibly important for candidates to believe that they have been given a fair shot in terms of the recruitment process. And we indeed have a legislative obligation to do so. So I think for a role this critical to the organisation, it's important that we conduct ourselves in light of best practice.
So, can I keep going?
Go ahead, please.
So you made reference to one sort of diversity and only one sort. There's other types. Are there other types of diversity that
Absolutely.
should be on the panel?
Well, certainly, and we've addressed experiential diversity through representation of an external panel member who has significant experience as a CEO and in the sector in terms of skill set. We have a mayor and deputy who, you'll agree, have come from different backgrounds and have a vast experience and skill set between them. That will certainly bring benefit to the panel when considering the candidates and the skills and qualifications that we're seeking as an organisation. I think culturally there's cultural diversity, which I think is absolutely important also. And we're limited to a degree in terms of what we can include on our panel based on the makeup of the panel. But gender diversity is something that I think is a significant issue in terms of industry trend, in terms of recruitment and best practice. It's a known entity.
Is age another diversity that we should be looked at? Just considering that around the table there's probably only one person that's significantly younger than the rest of us. Is that something that brings a different look at things?
Look, I think it could. It's not something that's recognised in recruitment for executive roles. It's not something that we typically consider in recruitment for senior leadership roles. Probably, certainly could be considered to be a matter for diversity, but certainly not something that's prioritised in terms of best practice.
Yeah, I just noticed because in one of the documents that was emailed to us, the survey that was done, the millennials and Generation Z, I think it is, were highly represented in that survey with the baby boomers and Gen X, I think it is, the oldest versus youngies, was fairly significant in that survey, which was quite surprising. I thought there would have been more response from baby boomers, but yeah, I'm really conflicted in this one.
Look, I think you've got a very good point, Councillor. However, I would suggest that you also need to look at your candidate pool.
Yeah.
So if you are looking at whether you're more likely to have a millennial or a woman as a candidate, I would suggest that you're more likely to have a female applicant or more female applicants than millennials. Look, it comes down to best practice. You're never going to, with a panel of 4, you're never going to have full diversity representation, but all we can do is seek to meet the sort of best practice elements.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, it's generally known that we all face choices at some stage around this particular table. And yeah, diversity, all types of diversity are recognised around this table as important. And but, we don't understand, and sometimes our decision making is hindered by just the representation that a council gets as far as ratio of male councillors to female councillors. And yet at the end of the day, every person has one vote, and they need to exercise that vote in the interests of their community based on the circumstances and what the decision is that we're actually making. I know in my case, I'm very keen on gender diversity, but in my particular case, there are three very strong, capable members of the community who ran against me, and yet I was the one male, but one male was chosen to represent the community. I don't think that gender diversity came into it at that particular time. They were really judging me on the best person to represent me represent them in the circumstances at the time. And when times change, they might change me as well. I don't know. But I think that, the age diversity question is very, very important. Why is it important? Well, it's important because for all the same reasons that were mentioned in relation to gender diversity. I mean, we need to send a strong message to candidates that, its ability and qualifications and the right fit for the job is what we're looking for. It's not just about, a single question of whether you're a male or female or necessarily old or young. In this particular case, we're making a decision in relation to the future of the Scenic Rim Council and its leadership. And I believe that we've got to have representation of the younger generation. And Councillor Chalk is the youngest councillor around this table. He's most likely to be the person who has to deal with the new CEO the longest, I would suggest, if we're all chosen by the community in future years. And so I think that based on his background and his knowledge of what makes a good leader and what doesn't make a good leader, his age, we want to send a message to everybody that whether you're old or young or in between, that you have a good chance of being elected on purely the merits, whether you're young or old or female or not female, when we come to choosing a new CEO.
Enright, seeing as we're seem to be into a very open discussion, but I will be trying to get other councillors to respect some time.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to make a comment, and I think it's important to realise that during the recruitment process, candidates are assessing us as much as we are assessing them. And for this reason, it is critical that we demonstrate that this council is a gender-inclusive organisation.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd be happy for the candidate to speak again, but this discussion about diversity, and very clearly the overwhelming national agenda around diversity has recognised that the split of our community is not 50% by millennials and Generation Zs, particularly for executive roles. The split in our community is very much the most critical piece to get balance of a lot for this community is the gender equity piece, is the dominant piece that is recognised across Australia. It's well documented, and the reality is there is very clear evidence that's been built up over time that the greatest area of misalignment and risk of missing good candidates is the gender bias with not having gender involvement, gender balance in recruitment panels. From my personal experience over recent years, I've been not quite the token male, but sometimes it feels like it. There have been strong presence of women in recruitment panels to bring that balance. That's well recognised by the business community. It's well recognised at all levels of government, and it has been called out repeatedly as a priority. Why? Because the clear balance that we have in our community, no matter what age, is the balance between gender that needs to play out in moving into leadership roles. That has been the urgent place. There's been plenty of evidence that males have great succession through the intergenerational piece, and the challenge that has been faced is that women struggle with those hurdles without ensuring proper balance on recruitment panels. And that's certainly a place that I believe as a modern council we need to give a priority to in our consideration. That's my contribution to the discussion at the moment. Councillor West, did you have something else you wish to add?
Yes, I was just going to say, thank you, Mayor, that we position ourselves as a modern contemporary council and going forward, and so we need to be adopting modern principles, and gender equality is one of them.
Thank you. So we've had contributions. Sorry, Councillor, you did have a long contribution already.
Yeah, no, well, I'm just going to add to the discussion, Mr Mayor, by saying that everything that I've heard is correct, absolutely correct. But, you know, as around this table, there are quite a few of us who are not pushing 60, we're pushing 70. And I think at the end of the day, age discrimination, you know, there is age discrimination in our community in all sorts of ways. And yeah, my Councillor Enright is correct, and you know, the candidates are looking at us as well as us looking at the candidates, and I think we have to be represented by younger people in this particular council and give them a voice for the future. And we don't want age bias, you know, coming into our panel decisions as well. So, you know, sure, everybody's right. but it's a choice between whether you think for this council we need to make sure our panel is not discriminated against on age or whether or not it's discriminated against on gender. So I guess the choice is something we have to make.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further contribution to the discussion? Otherwise, I'll propose a plan forward. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor. This is one of the most important decisions. Selecting the CEO is the most important decision any board or council does make, and it's important that while the selection committee goes a fair way towards it, council ultimately decides who is the CEO. I don't think there's a councillor here present who wouldn't like to be on that selection committee. I've chaired some in the past, and we've all got a reason why we should be there, and diversity is one of those reasons for whether it's age, experience, or gender, whatever it is. And I think it's important that we get the right person. That's the ultimate deal for getting the CEO, and whether that's male or female, I certainly haven't a bias towards. I don't disregard a young person, a female or male or anything else, and I'd like to think any of those nominated wouldn't be doing that too, and I'm very confident that that would be the case. So it's a matter of selecting the right person at the end of the day, and it's good to have different opinions around that table, just like it's good to have different opinions around this table to come up with the right decision at the end of the day. And let's hope we get the right person at the end of the day.
Any further discussion? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, it's a rather complex situation, this one, because if we are selected by the community, everyone around this table, and if it had been an all-male council, we wouldn't be having this discussion, because there would be no female that would be able to come on. And again, I reiterate Councillor McInnes's comments that I don't think there's anyone here that would deliberately be biased against a woman, and also that the panel isn't selecting the CEO. The panel is selecting a shortlist to come back to everyone around this table. I want this panel to be the best people around here to select that short panel. And I'm conflicted on which of the two to pick at this stage, because they both bring different aspects to the panel. So still conflicted.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe we need to move forward. Councillors, just to give the opportunity for a way forward in this, I'm going to propose a procedural motion that we resolve between the candidates by way of secret ballot. We can then vote on the procedural motion, whether or not to do it as a secret ballot, and if we decline that opportunity, then we're dealing with it with open ballot. So I'm going to propose that as a procedural motion, that we proceed to secret ballot between the candidates, and then we can vote it down if we wish to, Councillor.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I don't believe that is in the interest of transparency to do it that way, and I don't believe that's in the standing orders.
We can have that discussion, Councillor. I'm just proposing it as a procedural motion that allows that opportunity. If councillors wish to vote it down, I'm not saying whether I support that or not. I'm just saying we can positively deal with that matter, and we can vote it down. But we've then had the opportunity. We've determined a way forward. So that motion rests on the table. I'm only proposing it by way of, so I'm introducing it by way of, I'm proposing it by way of allowing people to deal with a conscience vote, if you like, without the peer pressure of others at the table, which can have an impact in something that does have such a personal context to it for this nomination, and it is a significant piece of nomination. So that's the purpose for introducing this. I'm happy if someone wishes to speak against. Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I'll speak against. I think we just need to be open and honest. It's not like it needs to be secret. It's fairly obvious from what was being told that how people will vote. So I'm happy just to have it out in the open and people can see how we vote.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak for? Anyone else wishing to speak additionally? Councillor Swanborough.
Mr Mayor, you set a dangerous precedent if you decide that decisions are going to be made by secret ballot around a table where the Local Government Act clearly said that decision making must be open in the public interest, and I think this would be contrary to the public interest to do it that way.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't wish to speak again. You wish to speak, Councillor Westman?
I just wanted to say, Mayor, I do believe it needs to be an open and transparent vote around the table for the community to see.
Thank you. Those in favour? Those against? Unanimously against? We move on. As I said, I put it on the table.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea that it has been on the
allow
table.
that to go through proper process. It wasn't that I believe it was the right way forward. We now proceed. We have two nominees, and firstly, those in support of Councillor West as the nominee to be the last addition to the recruitment panel. Sorry,
Can I just ask for 60 seconds, Mr Mayor?
I can adjourn.
I just need to think.
So,
Can I
right,
just- yeah.
councillors, we will actually give an adjournment for 2 minutes, please. Gallery, please be patient. I'm happy to respect that. We just have a 2-minute adjournment. Okay, we return from our adjournment, proceed, and we have two nominations before us for the final panel member for the recruitment panel for CEO. Those in favour of supporting nomination of Councillor West for that position? Those in favour of supporting Councillor Chalk? Okay. Councillor Chalk is the successful nominee. The division on that vote, just for transparency, is that those in favour of Councillor West is the Mayor Division 3 and 4. Those in favour of Councillor Chalk is Divisions 1, 2, 5 and 6. Congratulations, Councillor Chalk. We now move on to the next item on our agenda. On page 14, we turn to item 10.3. GM, Customer and Regional Prosperity, would you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Before you today, item 10.3 is the 2021-2022 Regional Arts Development Fund Round 2. And today, assisting with presenting this item on behalf of the Cultural Officer, Heritage Regional Arts Development Fund and Public Art, who's not with us today, I'd like to welcome Sue Ann, who's going to, our acting Principal Specialist for Cultural Services, who is going to present this item.
Thank you, General Manager. Thank you, Council, for having us here today. So this report is to advise Council of the application made in the 2021-2022 Regional Arts Development Fund Grant Round 2. These have been assessed by the Scenic Rim Arts Reference Group, and their recommendations for the distribution of the funds are submitted to Council for your consideration. The allocation of funds for round 2 is for a total of $32,135, and they're divided up into 3 successful projects. Goat Track Theatre Company, $14,000, Canungra and District Historical Association for $4,884, and the 4275 Collective for $13,251, with the Arts Reference Group making that recommendation.
Thank you. Councillors, questions to the report for clarification from the officer? Yes, Councillor West.
So, Anne, I just wonder if you could just explain a little more what mosaic cataloguing is, please.
No worries. The mosaic cataloguing is used specifically in heritage and museums, and it's a fantastic cloud-based program where professional cataloguing can take place. It is an incredible resource, but it does, you can use it to its maximum advantage if you do receive training, and also there's some wonderful opportunities through Queensland Museum and Galleries Association to do that work. So there is an investment of time as well as funds.
Further questions? Councillor McConnell.
Just in relation to the 425 Collective, it states that the artist will undertake a 2-day workshop and create a mural story on a Canungra building, and then post-workshop 3 additional murals. Are those 3 additional murals covered under the 13,000?
They are not. So there'll be additional work done in that space for funding, for us to support and for them to seek funding opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further clarification, questions, councillors? Okay, thank you. It's always interesting to see some of these projects. So ask GM introduce the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. For your consideration today is our recommendation that Council approve the allocation of grants under the 2021-2022 Scenic Rim Regional Arts Development Fund Program Grant Round 2, as recommended by the Scenic Rim Arts Reference Group, for a total of $32,135 as follows. Goat Track Theatre Company, Life of Galileo, $14,000. Canungra and District Historical Association Incorporated, Mosaic Workshops, $4,884. And the 425 Collective, the Wallflower Project, $13,251.
So the
4275 Collective, the Wallflower Project, $13,251.
Thank you. I seek a mover, Councillor Enright. Further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor West, you wish to speak to the motion, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would. I certainly endorse these 3 applications for the RADF funds. As we've already heard, the Canungra and District Historical Association with the Mosaic cataloguing provides a great professional development workshop across all networks across the region. The Life of Galileo is an interesting theatre production, but most importantly engages or attempts to engage in that youth group, age group category of 16 to 26, which is a group that traditionally we lose after they leave school or before they come back as perhaps a little bit older. So it's great that there's an attempt to include this important category, age group in this production. And also the 4275 Collective is an exciting group who have really provided a real uplift in Canungra with potential artist works around the area, and I think this Wallflower project with the 2-day workshop and with the intention of murals will be a great thing for Canungra, and also could be a model for other areas around the region. I would like, as chair of the Arts Reference Group, I would like to acknowledge the efforts of our 8 or 9 members of the Arts Reference Group. We have a very diverse group of volunteers who assess these applications and provide their input into their different backgrounds, and that's really valued in this process. And I'd also like to recognise Council's Officer Mark Paddock for the great work he does in bringing all of these projects together and many other projects to fruition in this important cultural space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to seek leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to mention they're all very worthy recipients, but I particularly want to mention the 4275 Collective, which is a group of creatives, they call themselves now in Canungra. So they are from all genres of creativity. And certainly as a community group, they have really gone from strength to strength. They've only started towards the end of last year, and I really want to acknowledge how well they are progressing, and they're getting new and new members all the time. They have a lot of exciting things for not only Canungra but for the region.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.4, page 19 of our agendas. GM, we again turn to you, and thank you to the officers for assisting with that report.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Item 10.4 is the final report on the customer satisfaction survey that was recently conducted, and I have with me Margie Jackson, our Special Projects Officer, who's going to present this and take us through the findings of the survey.
Thank you, GM. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for having me here today. So this item is a report on our customer satisfaction survey that was conducted from February 2nd to March 27th this year. It was done on our new platform, Let's Talk Scenic Rim, which was also launched at that time. So there were a total of 90 responses via the Let's Talk Scenic Rim, and then we had 8 hard copies that were received, and that's all inclusive in the data in the report. At the time, although it wasn't the exact response we wanted, at the time of closing the survey, there was only 235 registrants that were registered for the site. And since then, it's significantly grown, as you can see by the report, to, I think the latest is over 500. So it is growing quite rapidly. So we look forward to getting a wider response for all of the projects that are on the site. So I'll just go and walk through the report itself. Some of the highlights within the data were that 99% of the respondents identified were living within the Scenic Rim region. The top two services that customer identified as being very satisfied or satisfied was our waste services and council-owned facilities, were the two service areas that were identified being the least satisfied were planning and development and roads and footpaths. So the report then walks us through how the survey was communicated and how people had the opportunity in the community and our residents to participate in the survey. It was quite an extensive communication program that went out. And then it walks through how the survey actually looked. Some of the survey's key findings is then presented in the report, where it shows the visitors' summary on Let's Talk Scenic Rim. And then it goes into particular the areas of the surveys, giving the particular data on each area and the highlights of the survey. So our waste services, 76 of responses were very satisfied or satisfied with their bin services, and 62% were very satisfied or satisfied with their recycling waste stations. So that was quite a very good response. And then it continues that. And some of the, so 44% of regulatory services were satisfied. And although the survey numbers were not as high, like I mentioned before, as council would prefer, there was some commonality in the nature of many of the comments that were received within the report, and that outlined some of that commonality that was received throughout the survey. And then we go into how we're working as a council to improve the customer satisfaction. So there's some key points in there that we have done that actually do address many of the points that our customers raised with us. One is a refresh of council's website has been completed to begin to make navigation easier and find in the information that they're after. The new community engagement tool that we've talked about that this survey was launched on, Let's Talk Scenic Rim, is going to make it easier for our customers in our community to engage with us on many projects across the Scenic Rim that council is doing. Council is planning to implement a much more user-friendly technology solution to make it easier for customers to navigate a planning scheme. Through council's various grants programs, it supports the community to deliver projects for the betterment of our community. And it also talks about how many playgrounds that we have recently done since the playground strategy has commenced. So that wraps up sort of the overview of the report. Is quite detailed and will be available should it be adopted today on council's website, and will be on Let's Talk Scenic Rim for all of the customers and the respondents to view.
Thank you for that introduction. Councillors, questions for clarification to the GM or the officer? Councillor McInnes.
Yes, to the GM or the officer, either one. I know just over 40% of those that were registered for Let's Talk Scenic Rim that actually, the 99 out of 235 responded, and let's hope that that's a higher figure given the doubling or more of that people now are registered for Let's Talk. I just wonder where, from a statistical basis, what numbers do we need to be a relevant number? You know? If there was only 20 people, responded, I wouldn't take too much notice of it. But where do we get, given the number of people, 99 out of the whole 40-odd thousand people that live in the region. Is that a high enough figure to be statistically relevant?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. So if we use the formula that the vast majority of the customer service industry use to calculate what is a statistically relevant number, you would assess it based on the population that would have the ability to vote or to contribute. So you would take out children, for example, and our calculations are that you would round that off at about 30,000 people that you would expect that this survey is talking to. If you look at that and take a margin of error of around 5%, and then our confidence level would be 95%, the required number of respondents ideally would have been in the vicinity of 380. And so we have, as you rightfully pointed out, not quite achieved that with our very first survey going through our brand new portal. So the response rate doesn't really change much. Even if you drop that population to 20,000, you still need something in that vicinity. So we do acknowledge that this is a lower rate than what would have been ideal, and potentially through other mechanisms had it been delivered differently. But we're trying to become much more efficient and easier for people to access us and to access our projects and to engage with us. So I guess there was some level of risk of lower numbers given the timing of the survey launching around about the same time as the portal going live. I am, though, really quite buoyed by the fact that, as Margie mentioned, as at Friday there were 507 people now subscribed, and that's quite a much higher target than what we might have anticipated, just considering this has only gone live since February. So we're seeing it grow exponentially month by month. And our aim would be to resurvey again in 12 months, which is in the framework that Council adopted. And by then, I'd be hoping to see we have well over 1,000 people registered. If the registrations keep coming through as they are now month to month, that is not an unreasonable target to expect to have on board by then. And then we would hope, if you look at the same ratio of people, that from the 98, which you identified correctly as the 40% of those that were registered at the time the survey was run, if we had 40 to 50% again next year, then you would see the registrants would be around, the respondents is likely to be around 500 as an estimate, and that would well and truly make the statistical relevance then make that target that I've mentioned earlier.
Thank you. Councillor Swamborough.
Just a question to the GM in response to that. I probably would have a different view about the number that you need to get for statistical relevance. Having some experience in this particular field, especially with telephone sampling, to try and get statistical accurate results, generally we find that...
Sorry, Councillor, do you have a question?
Yeah, it's a question.
It's a question. Well, it's been a lot of comments so far. Can we get to the question?
Well, the question will come at the end of my comments, but otherwise they won't understand the question at all, Mr Mayor. In order to get a statistically relevant sample size, you need more than just a number of respondees. To get to the 380, you would probably need more like 1,500 to 2,000, because any statistical organisation that I've dealt with has always, had to, for instance, with phone connections or things, responses, they need to be able to identify the responders within a certain age group to be representative of the population. Otherwise, if we had 380 people who were to get statistical relevance in the age of 70 to 80, it would not be statistically relevant, even though we had the right number of responses, if you know what I mean. So is this something that's going to be considered when we do in future use this program, which I think is a great program, but it needs to be used in the right way. We have that metadata of age and distribution there, but are we going to use that metadata to try and refine our sample populations into a statistically relevant sample?
I might ask if my colleague would like to answer that question, because I know that Margie's done considerable research into this.
Thank you, Councillor. While I don't disagree with what you're saying at all, we are looking at trying to encourage and target, different through the different demographics, throughout the region, which is always going to be a better sample, as you've highlighted. However, and you can see the data from this one that 83% was over the age of 42 already, so that may be what you're sort of commenting on. But there's also different things we need to consider is try to encourage more people from around the regions than just specific areas also. So we'll have to have a program to try to encourage and support that to get a better outcome. But I must say that 380 is the target, because that is what the standard is. However, I don't disagree with what you're saying, that we will try and get it out and promote it perhaps differently for different things so that we can get a wider spread of the demographics.
And I think one other really important point, because on page 32 of the agenda today, which is in the stats that are highlighted in the report itself that will be published, as Margie mentioned earlier, we had over 302 people visit the survey, and as a result of that being out in the marketplace or in the community, we had 70 new registrations during that time frame. So I'm hoping that the communications that were issued over many of our mediums actually encouraged people to go to the site to do this survey. It was determined that of the 302, 171 were informed, and these are stats that are measured by the site, measured by the portal, by the timeframes that people linger on the site and where they click through to seek information as a part of conducting or participating in the survey. And it's considered, the analytics consider that 267 of those visitors to the site left more aware as a result of having at least been drawn into to check out the survey. And the survey questions are identified in here, and people might not answer all of them either. They may answer those that are most relevant to them or that they've had experience in. But I think all the points both councillors have made are very, very relevant, and we're certainly cognizant of wanting to get positive or any feedback from our community. And I think that's why it's equally important that Council could have easily not brought these results forward. We could have easily taken things on board and said thank you to the community. But we're very openly and transparently saying we had 98 people and we would love to have 988 people or 9,088 people come forward in future opportunities. But this is what we've heard, and everything that we've heard is very, very relevant, and it's been taken very seriously by us as officers, and we will now continue to work on developing programs and consider, as budgets are allocated, to address the things that have been raised to raise the satisfaction of our customers.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, just like to thank the GM for the report. Just a quick one. In future, will we be using the same questions? So next year, when we reconduct the survey, will the same questions be used?
I might ask Margie to answer, because the framework that's adopted has alternating survey types, so I'll just let Margie explain that.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. So the short answer is no, because not next year. So the program that was adopted was for the reason that, so this year was measuring satisfaction, next year we'll be measuring effort, and then the next program will be quite a large, more of a community type survey that will be much more comprehensive and in detail. And that is, the reason is that for doing that then is because it can help us inform the following year's corporate plan. So we can use that data that can help us to inform our corporate planning. And then it'll go back to that cycle again.
Thank you. Clarification. Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, probably to Margie, but GM, if you'd like to comment too. this type of survey, does this give us a proportionally higher proportion of negative people? Given as we said earlier, just over 40% of people, that actually responded, if they've had a bad experience with council, you're more likely, does research show that you're more likely to comment then or vote rather than a telephone poll, as Councillor Swanborough said, it's cold calling, and not that we, too many of us like those sort of from any organisation, but yeah, it is more of a random survey. So are we getting a worse result here than what we may otherwise?
Look, I think it's human nature that if you're really unhappy, you want to tell a lot of people about it. If you're really happy, you just move on with your day and soak it up. So I guess there's a good lesson in this for the community. If you're really loving what we're doing, then tell us and we'll do more of it. And if you're hating what we're doing, then tell us and we'll try and fix it so we can do better. And this is a very genuine attempt from this council to put a platform in place that is user-friendly. That means that people can engage with us on a myriad of things, and if people haven't signed up, they should. And when you do, you'll be given regular updates. You'll be invited to participate in a range of different projects. You can subscribe to projects on there and then be kept up to date with iteratively things that change or that progress. So I think human nature says that if you're unhappy, you tell a lot of people about it, and if you don't, you maybe don't tell enough. So we're encouraging our community to tell us everything about all of their experiences, good, bad or indifferent, because it will only help us improve. And this is a commitment under our customer charter, and it's a commitment under our customer experience strategy. And we're not fully there yet. We're on a journey to improvement. And what these types of surveys will do will allow us to continually improve. So continually to review and look at what the people are saying about us and where we need to address programs or change programs or introduce new programs or adjust what we're doing on a daily basis.
Thank you. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. And further question to the General Manager, and just touched on it there before, that this is really has commenced with the Refresh and Refocus journey and the customer centricity project and the customer experience strategy. But are you aware if this process has been conducted by any other local governments?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Look, we are aware of many other councils conduct research such as this, and Councillor Swanborough alluded to it before, although probably most councillors have moved on from the telephone-based surveying because lots of people around the world telephone people on a regular basis. It's not become a popular method these days, so we're trying to have a more targeted methodology. But, you know, this approach that we're doing, though, is you know, now more targeted around customer experience, and we're not only looking, as we do this, we're not only looking from an external perspective, we're also working on this from an internal perspective as well, and that's what the Customer Centricity Project did. We ran focus groups both externally and internally to build that strategy, and our approach has been much more holistic and all-encompassing of both internal and external reviews so that we can improve for our staff as much as for our external customers. And we went much deeper to gain those real insights of customers' perspectives of us and our employees, so that that we could look at how we're delivering those important services. And I am aware that other councils conduct surveys of varying types. Probably not many of them, though, have conducted sentiment surveys, which is what we did when over 1,800, I think from memory, 1,823 people actually responded to that survey out of 8,950-ish, I think, were the numbers that we randomly chose to respond. So in that 1,823 people that first responded to us, and that report has also been published, the sentiment gave us an excellent baseline of where we needed to improve. And as we said, this is one cog in the piece of the puzzles of the things we need to address as an organisation to become truly customer-led.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further clarifications, councillors? If not, GM, I'll ask you to introduce the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just finding the page. Sorry, bear with me. I was in the report. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Before you is our recommendation that 1, Council adopt the final report Customer Satisfaction Survey Results 2022 and publish it on Council's website and Let's Talk Scenic Rim. And 2, that Council acknowledge and thank the survey participants for their meaningful feedback and note that the next survey will be conducted in early 2023. And 3, that Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the final report of the Customer Satisfaction Survey, if required, after its adoption and prior to publishing on Council's website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised to councillors prior to publishing. And Mayor, with your indulgence, I could say that there are a couple of typos that have been picked up, and there is also one playground that we would like to add to the back end of the report in Billabong Park that in Coralbin, that was one of the first playgrounds built in the new playground strategy in 2017, which we've realised we omitted from the report. So they're basically the only changes that we anticipate.
Thank you. But that's not an amendment to the recommendation.
No, Mayor, we'll make that underneath item 3 there, should these be adopted.
Thank you. Councillors seek a mover. Councillor McConnell. Any further questions? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. Councillor McConnell, wish to speak further?
Yeah, I do. I think this is an important step in getting feedback from the community. It's only baby steps at the moment, and as the GM spoke, it's about a journey. It's going to take a year or two to get some significant numbers in the survey pool. And as was discussed, we're going to rotate through. So this won't be a survey that happens every month or every 2 months. It'll be every year, and we can analyse that data and provide a better service if needed, or understand when we are providing a really good service that doesn't get acknowledged. So I think this is an important step in our strategy, and I commend the GM and the officers for their work on this. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd endorse the comments of Councillor McConnell. I think the purpose of this community engagement is really about to gain customer satisfaction insight into the range of services, programs and events that Council provide. And this is very much a starting point to track this satisfaction over time. And as Councillor McConnell said, customer satisfaction is a journey and not a destination. So I commend the staff on this initiative and encourage our residents to participate in this program through Let's Talk. It provides a really meaningful way for us to understand the quality of our service delivery.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, Mr Mayor, I think it is correct. This is a good way to go for the long term, and we've got to start somewhere. I recognise that. I also recognise some of the comments. Certainly telephone surveying is not as effective, and it's more costly now because people don't have landlines anymore. They have mobiles, and people hang up on people that aren't in their contact list these days because they all come from, spruikers. So yeah, once upon a time, to get your 400 sample, you might have to call 2,000 people. I'd say you need to call 6,000 people to get them these days. But look, I was disappointed when we dropped the Net Promoter Score survey originally that the General Manager spoke about, because it provided a benchmark to me, and I was looking forward to seeing, as councillors around this table and the decisions we've made, whether or not that sentiment had improved over the last 12 months or 2 years almost now. And I guess the disappointment to me is we're not able to check that benchmark anymore, and yet that means we've got to set a new benchmark. And we've tried this survey, and we know that it's going to take several more years, I think, before we're going to get a good benchmark. And of course, a benchmark is a baseline, and if we change the questions that we ask each year, we're never going to have a baseline or a benchmark to compare. And that concerns me, because I feel as a councillor, I'm speaking for myself here, that I'm a little bit blindfolded going forward as to understand what the community sentiment is it improving, or how our customer satisfaction levels are improving. And I don't think we'll know that for another couple of years yet. So, look, Bang the Table, fantastic program. I like it. I like the direction that we're going in. It does disenfranchise a lot of people who don't want to get on and use a computer, and that's a lot of people these days. So I don't know how we're going to address that particular question. But, yeah, look, going forward, I look forward to the day, and I'll be promoting people to sign up and use Let's Talk Scenic Rim to get their views known.
Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I am very supportive of this. I think it's probably one tool that we can use to gain some information. I do have some reservations about it as well. I think it's very important about the questions you ask, and you know what the knowledge is of the background to any subject is how you get to a trusted result. And it's very hard to gauge, and something that, you know, as councillors would have to keep a close eye on. And I'm concerned too that there is people that are not engaged and they don't want to do this, and we don't want them to be the forgotten voice even more. So, like I said, I think it's a tool to use, but there's other tools we'll have to consider in conjunction with it as well. But overall, I think it's probably a good direction to head. And as we build it over the years, we'll build that benchmark. And it may become a more trusted tool. So.
Thank you. Councillors, I will speak in support of the motion as well. There's a few comments that actually show there's not full understanding in the chamber. We don't have Bang the Table, we have Let's Talk Scenic Rim. That's important to clarify. That is a core platform tool to provide connection, and we're seeing the take-up of that, and it's important and beholden on us as councils to keep giving out those postcards to encourage others and to help them to connect to issues that are of relevance in their areas, particularly, not just for this survey. Net Promoter Score, I don't believe, it's not my understanding that we've abandoned it at all. No. I believe it forms part of our future, so I wouldn't like the community to think that's gone away. It's part of our ongoing program. I agree with Councillor Chalk that you do need a range of tools. Net Promoter Score is a particular window. We were the first of councils to adopt that, which shows that commitment, and it's something I'm very familiar with in the business world, which is very powerful, that will continue to play a part. It doesn't have the granularity. If you understand Net Promoter Score, it doesn't have the granularity that surveys such as this allow us to gather. And the survey profiles that we will work through in the future add dimensions to the understanding and the relationship. This is a great foundation, as others have acknowledged. It's the keys to the success for the future is the structure of surveys, which does require expert input. Sorry, councillors, I'm not sure where that expert input. We need to take that guidance from properly qualified people. But also, our best role is to continue to promote Let's Talk Scenic Rim as a key tool, which we've invested in to build those connections and help others understand, and also then build those supplementary conversations for people to connect. Very supportive of, whilst the results are in their infancy, it's great to see the concept of how we're moving forward, the clarity of the conversation that we can build. And thank you to the officers for continuing down this path. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally who hasn't already? Anything to close, Councillor?
Yeah, just like to close by hopefully everyone listening can get another 5 people to sign up to Let's Talk Scenic Rim and have an input. It's okay to elect us to represent you. And we get out in the community and we talk to people and we survey them face to face. but it's great to have as many people as we can link into the Let's Talk Scenic Rim and provide their feedback on a formal platform that we can then see the results and work from there. So I'd like to thank everyone who participated, and especially the GM and her staff for putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you. We now put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We are going to adjourn, but just a point of clarification. The GM's been itching over here to provide a piece of information before we adjourn.
To your point, and to answer the query from councillors in those closing comments there, the Net Promoter Score is in the cycle of the framework of surveys that council has adopted. What we're doing is alternating different years to build, as Mayor said, to build the story and to diversify the feedback. So you will see that come back on. And to the point about how people can access this, we have also been printing hard copies, and you would have noted that 8 people completed hard copies. We'll continue to make them available at libraries and customer contact centres. We've added QR codes to make it simple for people who now seem to be very accustomed to using QR codes, so they can scan. And they can also scan the hard copy version and decide to do it online. And the other thing that the library staff are doing are providing sessions at the library. So if you want to sign up, you can go to the library, they'll take you through it and sign you up using a computer in the library.
Thank you for that infomercial. And therefore, councillors, we will adjourn. For those in the gallery, we will adjourn for till 11:05, so 11:05 on my clock, and it's 10:46 on my clock at the moment. So we'll take a brief break. Please join us again at that time, but we are adjourned. Welcome back, councillors, executive and those joining us in the digital gallery. We continue our meeting now at item 10.5, which is page 45 in our agenda. GM, Customer and Regional Prosperity, I turn to you again to introduce this item, and note we have the attendance of some of your officers to assist with this report.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Item 10.5 is the Scenic Rim Biodiversity Strategy 2015 to 2025. This is a midpoint report card reporting to you the actions and outcomes from 2015 to 2020. As Mayor said, I do have two officers with me today, Mark Lohman, the Regional Manager of the Manager of Regional Development, Health and Biodiversity, and the Principal Specialist for Biodiversity and Climate Change, Josh, who's going to take us through this report.
Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. So there's really two main themes to this report. The first being the explanation around the impacts that we've observed to biodiversity and also some of the challenges around managing biodiversity. And the second component of the report is really about council and its achievements in biodiversity, so some of those great accomplishments over the last 5-year period. Within the first section of the report, invasive species has been included. This is a critical challenge that we face at the moment in terms of the weeds that we are currently managing, including broadleaf privet or Chinese celtis, cat's claw, as well as some of the emerging threats that we see, so weeds that haven't readily established within the region, such as tropical soda apple. Within the region, we have approximately 1,926 vascular plants and 799 non-vascular plants, so we thought this was worthy of including, as the region is an enormously biodiverse area within southeast Queensland. In addition, we have almost 700 fauna species, as well as our large amount of flora and fauna. We also have some changes that we've observed to threatened species across the region. So you'll note that we've included information around the Nature Conservation Act and some of those state-listed species and those changes we've observed between 2015 and 2020. As well as under the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, we've also observed some changes in those species numbers, with a general increase, unfortunately. Within the region, one of the main things of note is the changes in vegetation that we've seen across the 5-year period. And most notable is the fire impacts of the 2019-2020 Black Summer bushfires, and it actually burnt, according to Fire Sky mapping, it burnt approximately a quarter of our vegetation in the region, so quite a significant impact for biodiversity. In addition to that, we have seen a loss of approximately 1,200 hectares of native remnant vegetation. Within the vegetation, we have approximately 69 ecosystems, and of these, 54% are actually of concern or endangered. Giving another example of the importance of our biodiversity, we actually hold a lot of those remnant ecosystems within the southeast Queensland region. In terms of our waterways, across the 5-year period, we saw a general improvement of our waterways, potentially related to the drought impacts we were seeing for those several years in the lead up to the bushfires. And then also in 2017, there was just a slight decline in some of our waterways, most likely linked to Cyclone Debbie and the resultant floods. Moving on to the second part of the biodiversity report card. This is based around Council's activities across the last 5 years. So it's been categorised under the 4 broad themes of the biodiversity strategy, which are protecting our biodiversity, enhancing our environment, working together, and building and sharing our knowledge. So within these 4 themes, Council has achieved a great deal of activities across the 5 years. So in terms of protecting our biodiversity, we currently have more than 13,000 hectares included in our habitat protection program. Our new Scenic Rim Regional Council planning scheme has incorporated close to 20,000 hectares of environmental values under its overlays. In terms of the activities that were undertaken to enhance the environment, across the 5-year period we planted 393,095 plants, and we've also been restoring just shy of 1,700 hectares of habitat, supporting our land for wildlife properties and the like. Also within that period we successfully provided 143 environmental projects under the Environmental Grants Program to a value of almost $500,000. In addition, on our own reserves, we've been doing a lot of work to improve these for their natural and conservation values, including managing just over 1,500 hectares of natural areas with approximately 50,000 working hours spent on ground. In addition, we've also been working tirelessly on our roadsides, spraying and inspecting just over 15,000 kilometres of roadsides across that 5-year period. Within the working together theme, this relates more to our partnerships and working with regional bodies. Under this theme, we've delivered the Resilient Rivers Initiative and continue to deliver that initiative. So we've seen quite significant investment of more than $700,000, working on several projects across the Logan and the Albert to improve the waterway quality. In addition, we've been working with the Scenic Rivers Improvement Trust that has invested more than $500,000 across that same period in managing those invasive species in our waterways. With regard to building and sharing our knowledge, across that 5-year period, we provided 41 workshops to the community. This consisted of a variety of different workshops, whether it be nest box construction, native bee workshops, weed management workshops, fire management, so across a variety of themes. In addition, we've also provided a lot of publications to the public for them to build their own knowledge in managing environmental values, most notably the Weeds of Southern Queensland, which is the community hold in high regard. So on the back page of the report card, there's also an acknowledgement to the different organisations that we have worked with across this 5-year period, and also some of our local groups that we've worked with. It's with their effort that we can achieve some of these achievements, and it's not to go understated. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. So, councillors, obviously there's a fair bit in the report card. Are there particular questions for clarification, councillors? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Josh, for that summary of an excellent report. I've just got a couple of questions. First one is on page 53, and in relation to the threatened species graph, I note in the critically endangered, it shows that it was not applicable in 2015 and 121 in 2020. I just wondered if you could explain the difference of, was it a criteria that changed, and if there was other impacts from this change of criteria?
Thank you, Councillor. So the point of difference regarding critically endangered category under the Nature Conservation Act is that they went for a review process to align those different statuses with the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. So the introduction of that critically endangered category was for that alignment. As part of that process, you can see there was an increase in species there, because a lot of those species that may have traditionally fallen under the previous category were more aligned within that category. The critical difference between that critically endangered and just endangered category is actually around its likelihood of extinction. There are a series of parameters, but I guess the main parameter being likelihood of extinction, which has increased from 20% with endangered through to 50% with critically endangered.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McInnes.
Yes, congratulations, Josh. It is a very good report. I'm glad you mentioned there the weeds of southern Queensland, because I think it's one of those publications that I'd love to every person moving to the area to get hold of, whether we can give it to them when they buy land in this area, because the ignorance, and I don't use that in nasty words, but I can't think of a better word, the ignorance of just what some of our plants are around the place, and really pests from rat's tail. We can run through probably 8 or 10 types of pests around the place that people just don't understand what they are, and there has to be a stronger education. I note that you've had some education and run some field days and programs, and that's good, but I think we have to really push this home, because there's so many pests are just becoming a real danger to our whole biodiversity system, really, and our natural grasses and everything else will be ruined if we don't push this even harder.
Sorry, Councillor, were you getting to a question, or have you jumped ahead to comments? I think this is the same problem we have regularly. We're trying to get clarity, and I think the comments are valuable, but...
Okay, the question is, good prompt, Mayor. I'm as bad as another councillor who does that at times. No, I'm putting myself down there. I'm not that bad.
And we'll continue, please, Councillor.
Question, Josh, is have we got plans for more wider education for our new residents?
Good.
Thank you, Councillor. We are planning the education program for this year, which will include education across all the areas of the Scenic Rim. In regards to our new residents, we have the new landholders pack, the new information pack, and we have been providing the weeds of southern Queensland as part of that package.
Thank you. Further clarifications, and then we will have a richness of commentary, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and go direct to the question. Page 56. I note with the native vegetation loss, my question is drought a contributor or a measurable contributor?
In regards to vegetation loss, on page 56, that statistic of 1,200 approximately hectares, that relates to vegetation clearing associated with actual clearing of trees, whether it be through development or the like. But anecdotally, with our officers, they have spoken with a series of landholders where drought has been a contributor. There was a period there where the drought was quite significant, and landholders were losing significant stands of trees, but that statistic does not include that.
On that
Further
same
question?
Yes, sorry, Mayor. Yeah. On that same page, the proportion of fire-affected vegetation, acknowledging almost a quarter were burnt. As far as the impacts of fire and native vegetation responding after fire, is that taken into consideration, or is that a net loss because of fire?
It's not so much a loss in perpetuity. It's a loss at a period in time, and that area of country is currently regenerating. But it is then a question of the increasing challenges which are placed on managing that area. There has been significant landslips. There's also significant weed incursions in that area now. So while we'll hopefully see that area return to some kind of vegetated, hopefully remnant state, depending on the severity of the fire in certain areas, it will increase the challenges of managing that area to ensure long-term biodiversity outcomes.
Thank you. Councillor Chaw.
Yeah, Josh, just on that same subject, are we doing anything as council to educate the state government on how to manage their parks?
We might take that question on notice if it's okay, Councillor.
That's an ongoing program.
Thank you, Councillor. Further
More of a
questions?
comment than a question, wasn't it?
Further questions? It was a good question. Thank you, Councillor, but well curtailed and kept to the point. Congratulations. Councillor Enright, you have a further question?
Thank you, Mayor. Josh, page 58. I note before you mentioned the 143 environmental grant projects at almost $500,000, which is fantastic. What is the approximate mix between environmental groups, individual property owners and other agencies?
The mixture of land for wildlife and habitat protection program applicants and community groups and environmental groups, that mixture fluctuates from year to year, but it is approximately 50%.
Between
50-50, yep. So it's usually a direct split, but it does fluctuate a little bit.
So just to clarify, it's a direct split between individual property owners and groups. Is that?
That's correct.
Does that help, Councillor Enright? That's the clarity. Thank you. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Josh, on page 59, 1 million trees under 2019 to 2020, council reserves, we had no trees planted. Was that because we're consciously changing our way of doing things, or any particular reason, please?
I believe that coincided with the peak of the drought and the bushfires, so we were very reluctant to put plants on the ground.
Fair enough, thank you.
Clarification. Councillor Enright, further question?
Perhaps on that question regarding the million trees, is council on target to deliver 1 million trees by 2025?
Yes, council is on target. We are currently sitting at between 650,000 660,000 plants at this very point, anticipating that to increase by about 20,000 by the end of this financial year.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? I would just revert to the comment about bushfire affected. What steps are being taken either with state assistance or otherwise to mitigate that impact of severely burnt country becoming limited species and losing its biodiversity?
The state government has done a very intensive study into that particular area, which has been impacted by the bushfires. From what I understand, they are investing significantly in that. I don't have the details of that.
Thank you. Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Enright?
Thanks, Mayor. On page 59, Josh, you mentioned before about 50,600 working hours. What does that represent? Is that all of the entities involved? Or,
That figure represents internal council man hours, so our environmental operations staff and casual pool, and then also our trainees, so council works with conservation and land management trainees.
that's a significant number.
Thank you. Further questions? If not, we'll introduce the recommendation. Thank you, GM.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. The recommendation before you today is that one, Council note the Scenic Green Biodiversity Strategy 2025. Pardon me, Mayor. There's a typo there. That should read 2015 to 2025. Report card 2015 to 2020, the 5-year update for the community, including data about implementation and the state of biodiversity within Scenic Rim region. And 2, that Council note that an updated Scenic Rim Biodiversity Strategy 2015 to 2025 implementation plan for the years of 2020 through to 2025 will be presented to future council meeting for consideration. And 3, that council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the final Scenic Rim Biodiversity Strategy 2015 to 2025 report card 2015 to 2020, if required, after its adoption and prior to publishing on council's website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised to councillors prior to publishing.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor McConnell. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor West. Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak?
Yeah, just like to thank the GM and her team on a great report. It certainly details our diversity and the efforts that we're putting in to the environment across the whole region. So I look forward to reports in the future on our progress and how we are providing a sustainable environment for future generations.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to endorse the comments from Councillor McConnell, it's a really great document, and it's so very readable, and really for all ages, I might say too. I think it's something that our school children will enjoy looking at the pictures and all of those sorts of things. Also, I just want to say it's great that our community groups, excuse me, have been acknowledged, because we know that so many of them who work within the environment do it they're all volunteers. So it's great that you have mentioned all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Others wishing to seek leave to speak additionally? I will take the opportunity to endorse those comments and congratulate the officers. I think the evidence from the desire to identify and comment to various parts of the report highlights how of interest this is to all councillors and to all parts of our community. It isn't a responsibility we can manage on our own. It is important that our landowners are engaged, but it's also important that our state landowners are partnering us in many of these places who have the large areas but also some of the critical impact zones to assist with managing for the future. And we continue to work on a constructive relationship in that regard. But well done on this work. Well done to the community groups and the passionate property owners who play a valuable part in this, in keeping this indeed the richest place on earth and demonstrated in its biodiversity. So heartily support this report. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Wish to close, councillor?
No, all good, thanks, Mayor.
Those in favour of the recommendation? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move on to page 63 in our report. Thank you for presenting that report and supporting us with information. We now turn to page 63 in our agenda, item 10.6, and GM, we ask your assistance to introduce.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Today, item 10.6 is RAL 21/045. It's a development permit for the reconfiguring a lot subdivision into 39 lots at 1A Davis Street, Calbar, and the manager, Mark Lohman, is going to present this report.
Thank you, GM. The applicant here is seeking a development permit for the reconfiguring of a lot situated at 1A Davies Street in Calbar. This land is located off the end of Davies Street to the east of Calbar. The block of land is roughly rectangular in shape and has an area of 14.62 hectares. The site generally slopes from a ridge on the western boundary towards the east, with slopes of around 10 to 15 degrees percent over the site. The site currently accommodates a single-storey dwelling. The majority of the site is clear of vegetation, except for a small domestic vegetation located around the existing dwelling. The reconfiguration seeks to subdivide the property into 38 residential lots with one infrastructure lot and new roads over 2 stages. It involves a mix of 2 typologies, with the part of the land that is able to be serviced by reticulated sewer, divided into smaller lots between 736 square metres up to 1,385 square metres, and this makes up stage 1. This stage of the development comprises 24 lots and is located within the western part of the block along the ridge line parallel to Moffat Street. The larger lots provided in stage 2 are no less than 4,000 square metres, which comprise of 14 residential lots and 1 infrastructure lot. This stage of the development is proposed to be serviced by on-site wastewater treatment and effluent disposal, as connection to the reticulated sewer is not readily available. Alternative pump solutions have been investigated, and they're not supported by urban utilities as the preferred option. So this stage can be seen more as a rural residential type development than a true residential development. A balance area is created as Lot 38, and it has a lot size of 4.5 hectares. Part of this site is expected to be subsequently improved by a future dwelling, but the majority of the land is intended for drainage purposes due to its being mapped as an existing waterway. Davey Street will be extended as part of the proposed subdivision, with each of the proposed lots having direct frontage onto the new public road. The new road will be constructed to the southern boundary of the site, and that will enable potential future connections should that land be subdivided into the future. The section of Davey Street east of Moffat Street will also be upgraded to meet the current standards. This site is located within the urban footprint, which defines the future urban expansion of Kelbar. It is zoned low density residential, and the application is code accessible. Stage 1 of the development application generally accords with the codes against which it is assessed under the planning scheme, with its lot sizes expected being within the expected 700 to 1,200 square metres. Stage 2, however, involves lots in excess of the expected size for lots in this zone. The lots are 4,000 plus metres. It's due to 2 main reasons. One is the topography of the site and the steep slope, which would have required excessive retaining walls to achieve small lots and to level those lots. And the applicant contends that this design would not accord with desirable outcomes for a rural town. And secondly, and most importantly, the impracticality of connecting to sewer. So this could potentially result in a future scenario where more than 15 lots might result through further subdivision should on-site wastewater disposal ability be demonstrated for more than the one house or one lot. Overall, the proposed residential or rural residential lot size at this location would result in development that is not consistent with the intended character of the development of this location. However, given the practical constraints of the site and the rural nature of the area, the outcome is considered acceptable, be it not desirable. On balance, the proposed development generally complies with the requirements of the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020 and does not raise any significant issues that cannot be addressed by reasonable and relevant conditions. Most lots exceed 1,000 square metres, which is consistent with the expectation of rural living in the Scenic Rim and is consistent with the surrounding properties in Kelbar. The 5 lots under this area still exceed the minimum average for the zone. So the application is therefore recommended for approval.
Thank you for that introduction. Questions to the report, councillors? Councillor Swanborough.
Just one question. With the subdivision into 1,000 square metre lots, does that provide a precedent for the perhaps subdivision of those other ones in Davis Street into Battle Axe blocks of more than 1,000 or more than 1,000 metres?
Sorry, councillor, you're referring to the rural res size ones in the development?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So at present, the way it is designed, those lots would not have sewage access, so they would need to do on-site disposal. So the general requirement under the planning scheme for rural residential blocks is there a minimum of 4,000 square metres to allow for on-site waste disposal. There's when we went through the planning scheme drafting, initially we looked at 3,000 square metres, but feedback from the community thought it was more desirable to have 4,000 square metre blocks in that rural res to allow for wastewater disposal and other aspects of rural residential type blocks. There is potentially, I suppose, a risk that if sewer ever came to that area, that they could future subdivide. The likelihood of that is is unlikely. Urban utilities generally do not go into areas unless there's a particular request from the people. They tend not to retrospectively improve lots with sewerage.
Thank you for that clarification. Further questions? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mark, for that introduction. I've just got some questions regarding the stormwater management. And I note on lot 33 there is an easement, and just an explanation about the treatment of overland flows and stormwater in regarding to, I think it's lot 39, if you wouldn't mind providing an overview of how that's envisaged.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll ask Matt Fennell to answer that. Matt works with our operational works people, and he's the technical expert in regard to stormwater.
Hi, everyone. So in regards to that easement, that will be for stormwater. That's just to enable us to not require the full stormwater all the way up to the David Street intersection and then loop back around to the basin. So at the operational work stage, we will be looking at whether the easement should remain at the top end or the bottom end of that lot. But essentially that's what that'll be for, to allow us to cut through. The site through that area will be quite deep with stormwater at that point, just because that's where the crest is. So it'll be a little bit of working out what depth would be suitable for pipes for it to be there. The envisions for lot 39 is the lot is actually suitably sized that if the rest of the area were to go residential down the track, if sewer did become available, we'd have enough adequate area there that we could collectively keep it all in one location, as opposed to having multiple little stormwater treatments.
So the overall plan for stormwater treatment on that estate is that the retention basin is located on lot 39, and from there that collects the stormwater from the estate, and any overflows from there would go into the lot 38, which is basically the drainage section of that block of land.
Thank you.
So a retention basin on lot 39 and overflow into lot 38. But lot 38 still has the ability to construct a dwelling up in that top left-hand corner of 39, is that?
That's correct. The proposal is to provide an easement over lot 38 for about 90% of the block, which is the drainage area, but still leaves a section to the northwest, where a dwelling could be constructed.
And just clarification on that lot 33 easement, Matt, I think, did you say that there's underground pipes that run through there? It's not overland flow through that area?
At this stage, it's probably a little bit too early to say, but it's likely that it'll have a pipe through that area to start with, and then based on how the Q100 flows and work around with the operational works, a bit more of a detailed design, we may have a portion that's overland.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Additional points, Councillor McGuinness? No. Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Enright? You have a further?
Thank you, Mayor. Just going back to the 4,000 square metre lots, so that would be the minimum lot size that could be subdivided without providing sewer. Is that my understanding?
That's the general principle of the planning scheme, yes. The anomaly we have here is because the underlying zoning is low density residential, the minimum average lot size is 700 square metres. So on those properties, if they can demonstrate they can meet on-site wastewater disposal on a smaller lot, they may be able to be subdivided. So our intention would be that if stage 2 goes ahead, once those plans are sealed, that it's probably appropriate for council to consider rezoning that back to rural residential, and that would then prevent any future subdivision of those blocks of land. But that's a decision to be made at a future stage.
Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
So just remaining on the easements down the bottom of Davey Street, there's easement either side, and then on the other side of lot 31 there's another easement on that corner. Could you just explain those? On 30 and 31 in the corners.
Those easements there are just to assist with the turnaround for the waste collection vehicle. So
Okay.
the idea is we'll have the driveways constructed in those locations to allow the truck to turn without encroaching into the adjoining lot.
And the easement on the right-hand side of 31?
That's the Q100 line. That's the extent where the flooding goes, so the intent would be to make that part of the drainage portion.
Fantastic, thank you.
Further questions for clarity, councillors? If not, we'll proceed with the introduction of the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Before you, there's a 3-part recommendation today. One, that Council receive and note the report titled RAL 21/045, Development Permit for Reconfiguring a Lot Subdivision 1 into 39 Lots 1A Davis Street, Calbar, L2 RP1 53546. And 2, that Council approve development application RAL 21/045 and grant a development permit for reconfiguring a lot subject to imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions in Appendix A. And 3, that Council note any subsequent requests for negotiated decision notice and/or change applications to the approval RAL 21/045 will be processed by delegated authority where the changes would not significantly alter the original decision.
Councillors, we have a recommendation before us in 3 parts. I seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness, thank you. Further questions, councillors? Councillor McGuinness?
Just one, Mayor, and I was paused a few minutes ago. Parkland, have we allowed any either dollars or area for parkland at all there?
No. So the parkland provisions are as per the LGIP. So the individual subdivision here doesn't need to provide parkland. We'll do that on a broader scale for the town of Calbar.
Thank you for that clarification. Further questions, councillors? Further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk, wish to speak to your motion, Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, Mayor. I think these the recommendation and with stages 1 and 2 are a good thing for Calbar. Those who don't know the block of land where what we'd term rural residential area, the 4,000 square metre blocks, it is very steep there, and it wouldn't be very good. There'd be walls everywhere, and I think it's a great idea going to those bigger blocks there, and I endorse the manager's comments. It'd be good that if that can be held as rural residential blocks, so it can't be divided anymore. I don't think it would be a good idea if people were able to subdivide down the track. I recommend this to people. It is it's good for Calbar, and I think it's a fairly well thought out proposal and interest of the community.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against, councillors? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, I think also just to support Councillor McGuinness's comments. It looks a really good development. It sort of fits into the character of Kelbar with the lot sizes. So I think it's a really good thing for the town. It fits in quite nicely.
Thank you. Councillor, anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Thank you. Then, Councillor McGuinness, do you wish to close?
Just one other comment, Mayor. It's within probably 300 metres of Kelbar State School also, so it's a good, handy type of development to the town, and bordering on just up from Moffat Street there, where it's there's very limited number of blocks available. We did approve the final stage of the Ross development up past the showground, and that I'm sure will be snapped up very quickly too, so this is a good thing. Recommend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. We put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.7, page 85 of our agenda, and GM, we once again ask your assistance to introduce this report.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. The Acting Principal Specialist of Regional Prosperity will be joining at the moment, Cameron Thomas, who is going to work with me to present this report as Brenda Walker is unable to attend today. Item 10.7 is the Scenic Rim Smart Region Strategy 2022 to 2032. It's a great pleasure for us to present this strategy finally to you today, councillors, and you may recall that the Scenic Rim Smart Region Strategy project is part funded through the Australian Government under Round 4 of the Building Better Regions Fund, the Community Stream Grant, and funding which was matched by Council. We've had a bit of a longer journey with this strategy, and unfortunately we're not able to meet our original anticipated adoption date, which was set in the last operational plan for June 2021, and the implementation of this was hindered by not being able to do the thorough community consultation that we had anticipated embarking upon during closures in 2020 and 2021 from COVID lockdowns, but also with the disasters that hit us and the increased grant fund for the recovery projects that officers have worked on in this time, and this project has actually been delayed. Suffice to say, though, councillors, I'm confident what we're presenting to you today has met the original expectations as outlined in that grant application, and I'd ask Cameron if he would now just take you through the highlights. For those listening, the document that was online was in fact a draft document, and today we've tabled with councillors the final designed version of that document, which I understand will be published when the minutes are published. And if adopted today, it will also be published online in both the Council's website and the Invest Scenic Rim website. So I'd now like Cameron just to take you through some of the highlights.
Thanks, Deborah, and good morning, everyone. Just some key highlights. So the Scenic Rim Smart Region Strategy directly supports the outcomes within the Regional Prosperity Strategy, as well as alignment with the Council's Corporate Plan, Customer Charter and the Customer Experience Strategy. And it supports Council's broader vision of the region to be a network of unique rural communities embedded in a productive and sustainable landscape, as outlined in the Community Plan. So the development of this strategy has also been driven by factors external to Council, such as the South East Queensland City deals and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, which will provide some great opportunities. We acknowledge that at the heart of the region, it's loved by locals and visitors because of its unique geography, history and character. So these are the greatest assets, but also provide challenges with connectivity. And for this reason, the strategy has been tailored to meet the unique needs of the region while aligned with best practice and industry standards. The 10-year strategy culminates in 2032 and, as previously mentioned, aims to take advantage of this once-in-a-generation opportunity created by the Olympic and Paralympic Games along with the city deal. The vision of the strategy is to be an accessible and service region with a vibrant, sustainable and prosperous economy and community. This will be achieved through investment in smart technologies innovation focused in the areas of economy, place and community. Deborah touched on it's been quite a long journey to get where we are today, and we underwent some community and business engagement as long as consultation internal with Council, and learnt what was important to the region, and that's been incorporated into this document here. The 10-year strategy outlines the guiding vision and approach for the next 10 years, and that implementation roadmap focuses on the first 5 years of the strategy, which will result in a review and renewal of the strategy following those initial implementation. And the action plan will outline the key outcomes. Under economy, we'd want to be leading an innovative, progressive economy, attracting growth and investment, and there's 9 actions associated with that to implement over the next 5 years. Similar to place, we'll be enabling resilient and sustainable management to future-proof communities in the environment. A number of 9 actions again to implement, and community by creating inclusive, livable and supported communities that attract and retain residents. At the end of this 5 years, we will also be completing monitoring the success of the actions, resulting in an annual report card which we will publish to inform the public of the progress of this strategy. And that's all today. If you have further comments and questions.
Thank you for that introduction. GM, you have further comments?
Yes, I would like to acknowledge Sue Ann Chapman that led the project for the first 12 months in conjunction with Psychic, who were engaged to assist in late 2020, and also to GWI, who a very capable company that's helped us finalise this strategy and bring forward the version that you see before you today.
Thank you. Councillors, questions to the report? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question in relation to page 11 of 22 of the attachment. And that's under the section of 5.1, the economy and the improved education facilities and outcomes. My question is, what could this look like in a more digitally connected region? Happy to take the question by the GM or Cameron.
Thank you, Councillor. What we would envisage with a hub such as this in the region could take on a number of forms. The ideal choice, first top of mind that comes to mind is the Beaudesert Community Hub and Library. And Mayor and Councillors will recall that in the designs that have been prepared for that, there is a media room and a very technology-enabled capacity within the meeting rooms that have been established there. And we would be looking to see how we could utilise that further, in particular in progressing innovation, technology and the like. There are other hubs, though, that we have tried in the past to seek funding for, and they're study hubs where we might be able to embed in the region access to, say, TAFE college courses and or universities and tertiary partnerships for universities to base here and to work with students that are enrolled with the various universities, and we're aware that there is a high proportion of people in our region that are actually engaged in study, and our most recent research on that indicated that that was within health and allied services. And so we did, and from the outset we've tried to access funding for that, and I believe Sue Ann's even applied for grants for the study hubs, but not many of those grants are released annually, and they're generally at very targeted areas, so we have not been successful to date. But hubs such as that could also to be in the form of a virtual space, so it doesn't necessarily need to be bricks and mortar. And what we're hoping through being able to be more digitally enabled as a region, that we'd be able to establish those types of hubs in more than just one place in the region. Because connectivity, I think, as Cameron mentioned before, is really key to this. The other key to this outcome that we'd be looking for is the partnerships that we'd need to develop to deliver it.
Thank you for that clarification. Further questions, councillors? Councillor Enright.
I have another. Thank you, Mayor. The strategy acknowledges that Council can't deliver these outcomes alone. How will Council engage with business, both within and outside the region, as well as community, to achieve success in this important journey?
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I think many of the things that the team is leading now would continue, and we'd be looking for innovation in how we deliver some of our services. But councillors are aware that we do one-on-one discussions with businesses. We assist and offer a concierge service of people coming through wanting to looking at expansion. They attend Chamber of Commerce meetings, and we involve Chambers of Commerce in initiatives such as the recently launched shop Scenic Rim. There's business networking events. You see us hold those, business breakfasts, small business month participation, and the range of workshops that we hold. We're seeing high levels of engagement of businesses participating in those. We partner with the state government, specifically the small business department, and offer mentoring sessions throughout the region on a regular basis. We'll continue to look for opportunities to run our expos that we have done, specifically the most recent being the World of Work, advocate and continue to submit grant applications that enable us to fund initiatives to support small business in the region. And as I mentioned earlier, looking to work continually with education providers and trying to attract labour market and workforce to this region is also really an important piece of the puzzle and a pillar within the regional prosperity strategy. And I think the other businesses should also be reminded from the conversations we had earlier today about Let's Talk Scenic Rim. Be very hopeful that businesses are signing up to that and are participating as they see fit in the projects that we release on a regular basis there. And I think the participation that the team have with the local jobs and skills task force is also fundamental to what we do in terms of growing and attracting more business to the region, but needing to equally develop the workforce and skills of our locals. Reminding councillors that the fundamental aim of our regional prosperity is meaningful jobs and important roles that we can create here in this region for our locals.
Thank you for those clarifications. Anything further, councillors? Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, in adopting this strategy, will there be any sort of financial implications moving forward that we'll need to go above and beyond to implement any of these strategies?
Thank you for your question, councillor. As Cameron pointed out, under each of those pillars in the strategy, there are a range of actions that have been identified. Year on year, would have an expectation that the regional prosperity team would review this strategy and look to what can be delivered within their business as usual funding allocations, and then also consider where we're not the lead in something, who we might need to partner to deliver a specific action, or alternatively bring forward new initiatives to council for their consideration during budget deliberations to deliver those that are not accounted for in the allocations that they have in their business as usual budgets. It would be at that time then councillors would make the proper assessment as to whether to proceed with those year on year. There has been a point made with Cameron that this is a 10-year strategy, but we intend to have a 5-year midpoint review, not dissimilar to what you've seen today with the biodiversity strategy review. And so there are some ongoing actions that the team would lead and deliver, as I said. Then there's actions that fit in the 2 to 3 year time frame, and then 4 to 5 years, and then the midpoint review. We would also need to partner with other areas in council, in particular Oliver's section as General Manager of Council Sustainability, and working with our internal team working on technologies and improvements across the organisation. Some of those that are highlighted in here also relate to our other colleagues in the asset and sustainability agenda, where you see improvements within the Vibrant, Active and Towns and Villages projects. So we'd be looking for opportunities to partner both internally and externally to deliver some of these actions year on year.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, GM, and your team for an excellent strategy. The one thing throughout it is the access to the Internet of Things and data. And as you know, only being, I think it's 50 or 60 kilometres from a major city, we struggle out here with data capacity. What sort of strategies will we put in place to work with outside companies and entities to rectify some of these problems?
If you wouldn't mind, Councillor, I might ask my colleague, General Manager, to answer that.
Thanks, Emma. Thanks for your question, Councillor McConnell. I guess this would hinge on the ICT strategy. I guess as council, we're not necessarily the provider, but we look at leading away and being, ultimately trying to become an enabler. So we will work with the respective areas in trying to get them to see what they can provide and what they can offer. I guess, the challenges. So if I go back, council has already started in that foray. We haven't seen the necessary take up in providing that low WAN facility. It hasn't necessarily been, we haven't necessarily promoted it, but it would certainly look towards council becoming an enabler by deploying such mechanisms that the community could tap into or utilise. But also, our ability to consult with the external parties as well to bring them on board so that they can make the offering to the community, really advertise what those options are, and really get that promoted.
Could I just maybe shape, with your permission, Councillor, just shape the question slightly differently? The Internet of Things is a particular application. The underpinning challenge that I suspect was more the general question. Connectivity, digital connectivity generally, is very hit and miss across the region. Therefore, that limits the capacity for that broader spread, which I think was more the nub of it rather than a particular Internet of Things, which is just one of many possibilities. That broader platform of connectivity between NBN, 5G, other providers, none of those are capacities that council would normally be involved in. What role do we see for council in that regard? Which is, I think some of that's in the action plan, but also what do we think the challenges in that regard might be? Does that get close to an interpretation?
It's all about the data connectivity.
In respect to the connectivity, there's a business as usual, obviously, aspect within council to try and get that to the attention of the telecommunication provider, which is handled more at the federal level. So the federal level have the necessary funding under the mobile black spots programs to receive where councils and groups indicate where there are black spots within their communities. And obviously that's a limited bucket of money that we can put forward to, but working with the relative experts in those areas, council will continue to press for those sites to be considered and in effect look to minimise those number of black spots within the region. But having a region that's 4,257 square kilometres as compared to our neighbouring councils with a smaller footprint, and obviously the diverse landscape with the mountains and everything else in between, there's always going to be a challenge. But where we can attract through positive consultation and brokering of those sites for that funding, then we can certainly look to reduce the number of black spots throughout the region.
If I could just add to that, Councillor, to pick up on the points made by both Mayor and by Oliver, the team also has a very close working relationship with the NBN representatives, and Chambers of Commerce often invite them to come and present and talk about what the trials and tribulations are that the business community is experiencing, and we've seen excellent take up and partnerships developed through that. And I think the other important piece is, you'll note in the strategy there are some desires around Wi-Fi enabling some of our precincts, which is a really important part to both access for young people and residents and potentially visitors to the region. There's strong research about just how attractive that makes for people to travel around, to be able to be connected to somewhere else in the world where their family exists while they're travelling in our spectacular region. So there is no one-size-fits-all for the question that you asked, and I think really the role we will play as an enabler and an advocate, and we can't take our foot off that pedal. We need to keep driving that.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, I've got a follow-up question. You mentioned that this will be some of this will be implemented as business as usual. I'm just wondering about the capacity of the staff, internal staff, to add this strategy onto what already a busy schedule is, and just your opinion on how that's going to go implementing this.
Thank you, Councillor. So we consider this as a child document of the Regional Prosperity Strategy, so it's within the pillars of what we were aiming to achieve there. And what this does is give some better clarity and focus to some of the work that the team would ordinarily deliver, but enabling to address issues that have been identified, and particularly on page 22 of the hard copy document that you're holding, where there talks about some of the ongoing actions that the staff would need, the team, I should say, that would look to work on this. It's not probably just the business as usual of just this one team as well, because my colleague's team in asset and environmental sustainability looking at better technologies to enable our facilities, like the examples that have been given by Oliver around some of our internal machinations around technology and take-up. So the team will look at this in the priority of the work that they establish year on year, and you will see some of these actions that will be drawn out into the operational plan. So what we would want to be doing is getting better focus to the deliveries that we are doing with our business community as well, and that it drives the implementation and delivery of this, and it overcomes some of the issues that have been identified around connectivity, digital literacy and the like.
Thank you. Further questions? So perhaps just by way of follow-up to Councillor Chalk's question for clarity, unless matters fit within the normal scope of work or are identified as specific initiatives that will have a funding allocation as part of our budget process and operational plan, they won't come into our program of work at a point in time. Is that a correct?
Yes, so they will be prioritised and brought forward as required, either as new initiatives, integrated into the work that we're delivering now, advocated for with our partners, or worked in partnership with our colleagues in the organisation.
Thank you. I think that just adds that clarity. Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, further questions? If not, let's move to introduce the recommendation, then we can...
Mr. You're not going to do comments? I've been sitting here...
Well, I was going to come to discussion, Councillor, but if you want to make a comment, please, Councillor. I wouldn't like to deprive you.
We had questions and then...
Sorry?
We only had to ask questions, then we had comments.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor. Go ahead. Wouldn't like to deprive you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, it's great to have a smart region strategy and identify the enabling things that we might be able to do, but, some of my enthusiasm quite often gets, in this particular area, gets tempered by the fact that, from what I've seen over the last 30 years with technology, it's very hard for an organisation to drive the change in technology or to push it. From my experience, technology pulls us along, and we just struggle to keep up, with all the applications that we can see that would benefit an organisation or a region. And it's the same, we talk about connectivity and whatever, but I noticed that within the next month or so we're going to have 2 5G towers on Tambourine Mountain, and I know someone who's hooked up to a 5G tower on 1 terabyte of data for $80 a month and gets speeds of a gigabyte. So that's going to be a huge enabler, and it's likely to roll out, right across the region. And it almost makes the NBN redundant with the speeds that it's got limitations with its copper wire link to the network. So, I just believe that we've got to be open as a council to adopting the technologies in the areas when they come up. And we'll be pulled along by the changes in technology as we move forward over the next 10 years in the strategy.
So, sorry, Councillor McConnell.
I'd like to thank Councillor Swamber for his comments and his 1 terabyte while I sit on my 8 megabits. Thank you.
So just...
You need to hook up to Sky, to
I was going to say
Elon Musk's Skylink there, Jeff.
Sorry, Councillor. I was going to say this for discussion, but I think there is a reality that there is a push from the market, which is much more about the market's appetite than about the value add. And part of, when you read through the action plan, one of the critical pieces is to help people map the ways they can capture value. And whatever is the next generation of technology, we will always be seeking to identify the next generation. Part of this is about identifying different ways to solve problems. And 5G certainly is part of it, and who knows what beyond that. But the danger is letting the market push down a direction without understanding and helping our businesses to adapt to what adds value for them. The same for us as council. Things need to create value before you jump into them, and that being able to get that understanding, and particularly for a distributed community, and this is much more than just the existing business community, but also our agricultural community and others, how to make the possibility of the Internet of Things meaningful and practical and value-adding for them is a challenging conversation. There's plenty of smart ideas that try to convince you have the home for them. It's much more about people recognising their need being the driver rather than the latest sweet idea. Otherwise, we end up with everyone wearing smart watches and beeping in the middle of meetings and not knowing how to control them.
And can I just say, Mayor, I value the comments made by Councillor Swamber, and it's exactly the reason why we're putting structure in place through this strategy so we don't chase down too many rabbit holes, and that we embrace the opportunities that present themselves that are right-sized for this region to enable it to move forward.
Thank you. Now can we move forward to the introduction? There's no further comments. We'll come back to discussion in a moment anyway.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you today is a recommendation in 5 parts, the first being that Council adopt the Scenic Rim Smart Region Strategy 2022 to 2023 as tabled, and approve publishing it on Council's website and the Invest Scenic Rim website. 2, that Council note a limited number of the full strategy will be distributed on USB flash drives to key stakeholders involved in its development. 3, that Council acknowledge the Australian Government funding provided under Round 4 of the Building Better Regions Fund Community Stream Grant Program. 4, that Council recognise and thank industry specialists GWI and Sidekick and all the businesses, key stakeholders, chambers of commerce, relevant government agencies and Council's Regional Prosperity and Communications team for their contributions which have resulted in the development of the region's first Scenic Rim Smart Region Strategy. And 5, that Council delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to make minor grammatical and formatting changes to the Scenic Rim Smart Region 2022-2032 if required after its adoption and prior to publishing on Council's website for public access, noting any such changes will be advised to councillors prior to publishing.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor Enright, thank you. Any further questions for clarification? Any further discussion, councillors? Seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk, wish to speak. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would. Certainly endorse the Scenic Rim Smart Region Strategy 2022 to 2023. I believe this is very much a forward-looking document, and it recognises the uniqueness of our region in both the strengths and the challenges. Importantly, it prioritises, or it gives the priorities of our region. That's to improve connectivity, having less people leaving the region to work, and to improve efficiencies and services within the region. Without a doubt, new technologies will be game changers for our region. This was certainly demonstrated through the COVID period, and I think it's important or critical that we are ready, and this strategy is a move in the right direction to enable us to make the most of new technologies.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the strategy's quite a good one. It's a real shame that other levels of government don't push harder for our regions. This is once again up to our ratepayers who pay rates on their land to chase down these things because they're not coming from anywhere else. And you'd think that people who collect income tax and GST would be more into these areas, and hopefully they come on board and really support the endeavours of council to bring this to our region. So look, I am supportive of it. It's a big area that's required now in business and in our communities. So let's hope it moves forward and implement really well.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we'll put the motion. You want to speak any further, Councillor? Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I probably would just like to recognise, as the recommendation has done, in the ability of their team to bring this together, but the industry specialists, GWI, Psychic, businesses, stakeholders, chambers of commerce and relevant government agencies. It's been quite a task to bring this together, and I congratulate everyone involved for their involvement.
Thank you. We put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We turn to page 89, item 10.8. Thank you to the officers who joined us for that presentation. It's appreciated. We turn to page 89, item 10.8, GM Council Sustainability. Please to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everybody, including those in the digital gallery. Good afternoon, I should say. Item 10.8, this report provides a mixed bag of reports issued by the Queensland Audit Office, and I might go just to provide a high overview of what these reports entail. They are attached in the relevant agenda item for those to peruse. The first report, Mr. Mayor and Councillors, pertains to the 2022 interim report. So this report provides a summary to date of the audit work that Queensland Audit Office is undertaking as part of the 2021-2022 financial year. Really, this part of the audit process checks on some of the basics, including payroll processing, accounts payable, as well as checking the council's control activities. Unless there's anything particular, we might provide the questions at the end. I'll go through the individual reports first. The second report that's attached to this agenda item is the Local Government Report 2021. This is the report that's tabled to Parliament by the Queensland Audit Office. It really provides a summary of all the 77 councils and their respective entities where applicable. Local government entities were applicable as part of the 2020-21 financial year. I've included in there particular references to where Scenic Room has been provided for, and it's pleasing or expected that the controls indicate that there is low risk of sustainability, and that our control activities are very effective. Once again, council received a low risk of financial sustainability, which is a positive result, which is a positive rating in that, unlike a lot of the other councils that's contained in that report, QAO have rated us down the lower end of the scale in terms of running into financial sustainability issues, as long as council sort of maintains its path along the long-term financial forecasts. Similarly, the third report, Mr. Mayor, is about the Queensland Audit Office forward plan for 22-25. This certainly just provides the areas of focus that Queensland Audit Office will be focusing their audit works on, and as contained in the report, they've got 8 key focus. I won't list them, but certainly they're reading the current environment and the current issues at hand, and really looking at how local governments and their entities are primed to cater for those or mitigate some of those items or those risks associated with those focus areas. But as catered for in the report or provided for in the report, is where the reports are there.
Thank you. Councillors, perhaps to make this simpler, first off, we'll have any questions to the attachment 1 effectively to the interim report for council. That might make it easier if we work through each of these in turn. If not, we move forward to item 2, Local Government 2021 as attachment 2, as the whole of local government. And then attachment 3, the forward work plan. Any questions to that? Well, no questions. I guess general comments. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
I'll ask a question, Mr Mayor. Just on page 98 of the agenda, the prior year issues, there are 3 listed there, and some of them are action dates to be the end of this month. I was just wondering if they could comment on how we're going with the through council policies overdue to review, employees with successive long service leave, and capital works in progress not capitalised in a timely manner. Have we addressed those issues at this point?
Yeah, I'll answer some of those at the start, and may rely on Chris and Caroline to provide additional comment. But these are always ongoing issues with council, as you'd be aware. Policies is one that's high on our radar. We so far that. As such that we list in our operational plan as a key deliverable, with the governance focus around developing the policy review framework. We're certainly assisting the organisation in making sure that the policies are current and relevant as well to current needs. So that's an ongoing process. The commentary that we provided back to the auditors. They come in and they look at the obviously the year to date work and the focus. It's not as if we've just been sitting on our hands in that. And I think there's a considerable amount of those policies that are coming through, and you will have noticed in where applicable, especially the council ones, they've been brought back as part of that renewal program, the review framework. Employees with excessive leave. This is again a common threaded one, given the nature of the council. We've got a number of long-term employees, and it's always a challenge. In one hand, we're asking them to leave. In one hand, we're asking them to catch up on all the work that needs to be undertaken. So it's a catch-22. But council has a number of programs, especially focus and catering for employees that assist them in trying to manage these. And obviously, one of those is we have to have the capability to allow staff to take on leave, and obviously being able to back that work up as well, and providing, I know through Caroline and the team, they are providing a number of workshops and things for employees to look at, for those, with these employees, most of them are at the upper edge in terms of the age category. So some of the services that we provide are assistance in options or information around transition to retirement and what to do, and certainly how to address those leaves. And I think to the extent that it's always on the agenda for auditors, and I think Scenic Room's not the only one with those issues. Capital works, that's been undertaken. There's certainly a good collaboration between Chris's capital works delivery team and the finance team. The issue here is sometimes capital works were completed in January, and then not necessarily capitalised until the end of year process. What that means is you miss out a few months in depreciating that asset. So a timely input into the council systems will just allow that, and that's again auditors sort of get a little bit sort of missing out a few months depreciation, so they'd like that timeliness, and we certainly, as soon as the works have been completed, financing works with Chris's team in making sure those particular assets are capitalised appropriately. And certainly, Caroline, if you'd like to.
Thanks, Oliver. Thanks for your question, Councillor. I think the issue of excessive long service leave balances is a challenging one for Council. We don't currently have a lever by which we can require employees to take their long service leave, unlike other leave types where we can, where we set caps from a policy perspective in terms of requiring employees to keep their leave balances under a certain level. And one of those levers is a work health and safety lever that we understand that employees can become fatigued over time, and annual leave is something that we can manage. With the long service leave, it's not quite as simple as that, definitely having a large number of employees who are long-term employees is a double-edged sword when it comes to liability to the organisation of those types of leave balances. We have, however, taken action to, as my fellow General Manager just pointed out, communicate with employees around their options and sort of, I guess, creating the ability to transition to retirement using accrued long service leave as an offset to working part-time, for example, in the lead up to retirement. We are also working on a number of levers in our new employment agreement or certified agreement, which will incentivise the taking of those leaves. So access to purchase leave, for example, is limited to employees who have leave below those balances. So we're incentivising to the best of our ability. While it's not particularly noted in those issues, we have certainly been managing balances of annual leave through leave plans being put in place between employees and supervisors.
Thank you. No further questions? Oh, sorry, we're backtracking. Are we back on to report 1 or 2 or 3? Sorry?
3.
3. Thank you.
Page 170, and I understand that is the number of days for the financial governance of council to be assessed by the auditors, if I'm reading that correctly, and we're probably looking for clarification on that. Note that we are the lowest in the group, and I assume that's a good thing.
It is, that's correct. It's just a mechanism to measure how timely we were from the close of the financial year to having the Auditor General put their moniker on our statements and then finalise that and issue an unmodified opinion. So whilst we are the lowest in that group, which is sort of pleasing, some of those councils are grouped accordingly. Certainly not the quickest. Some of those smaller councils with smaller accounts, I think the record then when I scanned was 30 days. But it's still a great effort, given the complexities and getting everything sorted, and then putting that through also the Audit and Risk Committee process as well. So.
Councillor, did you have further questions?
Yes, I did. Thanks, Oliver, for that. Back to page 160, and that's the assessment of the financial sustainability risk assessment. I note that we get 3 green lights, which is excellent, but I also note that under the current operating surplus ratio, we're one of 3 that are in a negative surplus or a deficit, as opposed out of the 10 that are there. So I guess my question there is is that a concern about a continuing ability to get 3 green arrows or lights on the fact that we've had 3 consecutive years of deficits?
I guess so. In a hypothetical sense, if you spend more money than you're making, it does impact your ability to pay for those services, unless you've got a plethora of cash behind you, which Scenic doesn't necessarily have. So whilst it is a green light, it is taken on a 5-year average. It should be pointed out the last couple of years it have been challenging, and I guess council have gone into those respective budget years with a focus in mind of providing some sort of relief, be it through the varying disasters, the impacts of COVID and everything else. So, and similarly, a lot of the councils have taken a similar approach as well, but we're seeing in the trend of this current budget season, those things are starting to turn around.
Thank you. Further questions? We're at report 3.
Yeah, look, just a question into some of the status dates that we have here. We see that we have a date, and I'm looking at back on page 97, where we have outstanding issues, but it seems to me like we're not giving the auditor realistic dates when we realistically can achieve some of this stuff, and so one date passes and we jump to the next date and we jump to the next date. What's the auditor's view of that? When we say we're going to do something by a certain time and we don't do it, are we getting offside with our external auditors or Auditor General in this regard?
No, I wouldn't say that offside. Obviously, these are always discussed in depth with the auditors. The fact that council is wholeheartedly trying to address these matters, there are a number of things that are required that are beyond our direct input. So, and I guess I'm looking at the policy and procedure around ICT. We've committed now to have the whole governance framework. We've issued the necessary works, and that gives the auditors that sense that council is committed to addressing those. So we do work close with the auditors, and whilst I guess the dates are indicative at when we were hoping to have those action, but unbeknownst, and similarly with some other works, factors out of our control come in and certainly put some spanners in the works when it comes to addressing those. But it's always in the well documented and well consulted with the auditors around the council's intent, and it's always been at the forefront to get those matters addressed as soon as practically possible.
Any further questions, councillors? I think it's worth its comments then just to observe that the statement from the auditors, the summary statement concludes that based on the results of our test and complete to date, we determined your internal control environment support an ordnance strategy that can rely upon these controls. No new deficiencies, and it refers to those items that we just discussed. And as you go through the local government report, we get very positive responses. So from a discussion point of view and an overarching rather than a minute point of view, there's a level of confidence there. And certainly the Independent Audit and Risk Committee monitors these results much more intensely perhaps even than we do, to ensure that there's a solid rationale and have that ongoing discussion with the external auditors from the Queensland Audit Office, which is obviously an independent process from what happens here, but there is a periodic report that comes forward which allows, if there's any concern, to be brought to attention. So I think that probably is the most important piece of context, those summary outcomes to observe. Any other comments, Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, I note that along with the coastal councils, our rural and regional councils have got a plethora of green, you might say, compared to small councils, which is a worry. And also some of it, even a bigger worry to me, is some of the bigger councils who splattered with red and orange there. Maybe we should praise ourselves, our size council compared to some of these others. Maybe it's easier to get things in quicker, but you would expect our bigger councils to be able to have the staff behind them to be able to do things on time and have the right systems in. But it's, as I say, along with the smaller councils, it is a bit of a worry there, yeah. And we're well aware of that, and it's doesn't look as though it's improving for our smaller councils.
Perhaps might come back to that in discussion rather than a comment here. Any other general comments before we table the recommendation? GM?
Thank you, Sir. The recommendation for item 10.8 is that Council 1 receive the 2022 interim report, Scenic Regional Council, 2, receive the local government 2021 report and note the recommendations contained in the report, and 3, receive the Queensland Audit Office Forward Work Plan 2022 to 2025.
Seek a mover. Councillor, I might just beat you by a fingernail. Further questions? Further discussion? I would like to come back to Councillor McGuinness's comment, and I think it's fair to say that the auditor and a number of reviews have commented regularly on the challenges facing local government generally, and that there are a number of councils at significant risk, and we know of the reports of some councillors who have reached the point where elected officers have stepped away because they can't see a way forward. It is a serious challenge. It's certainly a harder challenge, I think, for smaller councils with limited growth opportunities to secure the funds to maintain a reasonable outcome. Fortunately, I'm not the local government minister. I'm not the Queensland Auditor General, and our accountability is to satisfy our financial and asset objectives as defined in the legislation, and to make the best work of that and to seek the right assistance, as we've talked about earlier, from other levels of government to ensure we're able to satisfy that task. I share the concern. I think there is a significant challenge coming for many local governments, not just in Queensland, over coming years, for the sustainability to satisfy the needs of their community. We need to stay focused very sharply on our challenges and ensuring we're adequately funding the needs to be sustainable. So, any further discussion? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor West, who used to speak further. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. It's pleasing to see this report. Having sat on the Audit and Risk Committee for the last 12 months and seen the work that we have gone through, it's very pleasing to see the outcome for this particular council. I believe that our structure has never been so strong. We've got a new chair, a new external member, more staffing who have set a very structured process for our Audit and Risk Committee, and I believe we're seeing the results through that structure. So I commend from the CEO through to the General Manager of Council Sustainability and all of the staff that ensure that this organisation operates within our bounds. I commend them for their efforts. And to your point, Mayor, I think it is important that we do stay focused to ensure that we meet these challenges and continue to address them as they come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that it's really great to see these reports on the agenda, and I do believe that our community need to perhaps take a look at some of these. I know we often get compared with other councils around us, but certainly residents can see that that local government is audited by under very stringent conditions. And certainly Scenic have fared really very well in comparison. So I think it makes interesting reading for residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? If not, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We are going to pause there. We do only have 2 items left on the agenda. However, we will pause there at 12:40, and we will return at 13:15, so 1:15. Councillors, just allow time to refresh, grab a bite to eat. For those in the digital gallery, we'll return at 1:15, and we are now adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back, councillors and executive and those joining us via the digital gallery today. We turn to item 10.9 of our agenda on page 211, and I turn to the GM Council Sustainability to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 10.9 is the Council Monthly Financial Report for May 2022. This represents now the penultimate month in the financial year. What I will add for this particular month, whilst we're seeing currently nice blue skies and weather, May was again impacted by another event, as we recall. So that certainly plays into affect some of the metrics within the financial reporting. This report also now incorporates the recently adopted March budget review, and as such, the revised budget columns and the year-to-date revised budget amounts have changed from the March report. There hasn't been anything of significant notes or worthy to point out, Mr. Mayor. From an insurance perspective, council's paid the bills, paid the employees, and met all our legislative requirements. I do have an item to point out. It is good to see that page 9 of 14 of the report, or page 222 of the agenda, we have seen the impacts of the interest rate increase now play into our weighted average, that the the amount of funds council has in investment is now getting it's gone from 0.28% to 0.64% weighted average. So we are seeing some income in there. Again, outside of that, Mr. Mayor, there's nothing there in particular that I'd draw any particular attention to that's not already contained in the executive summary or the relevant metrics. Certainly open for any queries should there be any arising.
Thank you, GM. Councillors, questions to the report in front of us? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Oliver, for that summary. I do have a question that refers to page 225 of the document, of the report, and in relation to line item 621047, flood damage subsidies 2020 REPA. I note that there is a negative revenue amount of $522,000, and I was just interested into what the background is to that item. Thanks.
Thanks for your question, Councillor Enright. Yes, this is obviously an accounting treatment and the beauty of accruals. So for that particular event, which occurred in 2020, there's a balance of what was approved at council. There was a balance outstanding following finalisation of the necessary works and everything else of about 1.069 million. Now, the way that's been treated is 522,000 of that 1.069 million balance. The works were actually done were affected in 2021. So that minus 522,000 is actually the accrued revenue back into the previous year. So in effect, what will reconcile that transaction is once QRA sign off on that, the final approvals, we'll get income of 1.069 million, which will rectify that and treat the 522, which the works were done in the previous year, as revenue for that particular year.
Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. Further clarifications, councillors? If not, we move forward to the recommendation.
Thank you, sir. The recommendation for item 10.9 is that council receive the unaudited financial statements for the period ended 31 May 2022 for the financial year 2021-2022.
Seeker mover. Councillor McInnes, thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion?
If we can just make a
Sorry?
comment, Mayor, I think that period 13 in our capital expenditure does provide a lot clearer picture of the items deferred as we approach the end of the 2021 program. So thank you for that information.
I think, Councillor, it's probably deferred or multi-year or having ongoing expenditure. It's not just deferred. I think it's worth highlighting that there are projects there that have significant multi-year dimensions to them, which were always planned that way. But for budgeting purposes, the whole expense had to be shown in the initial year, and then it will be demonstrated as carry forward to complete in the further years that were always scheduled. So it's not just deferrals, just to crystallise that point. But yes, it is a good reference point in terms of quantums for us to understand. Any other discussion? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor McInnes, you wish to speak?
No, Mayor, I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to seek leave to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor. We move on to page 228 of the agenda, item 1010. And we're in your hands again, GM.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 1010 is seeking consideration following the provision of the report from the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal, or the Commission, around their annual report. The annual report, as included in the report, it spells out the work they've undertaken the previous years in terms of whether there's been any submissions from councils to consider changing within their current category rating, as well as any. They've also provided the consideration for reviewing the remuneration provided to mayors, deputy mayors and councillors alike. As contained in the report, they've indicated there that there are no changes to any of the categories, even though there were some submissions from councils seeking some sort of consideration. The Commission hasn't tabled any proposed changes to any of those categories. They've also indicated they'll be undertaking their consultation during the later part of 2022 should any other councils seek any notion around considering changes to category levels or remuneration levels. The report does provide also that based on their findings, they've issued a remuneration increase for elected members of around 2%. And there's a table that's contained in the report that provides the necessary comparisons. We'll note that in the 2021-2022 financial year, the Commission did mark a non-increase from the previous year. And it should also be noted that in the 2020-2021 financial year, Council forewent the proposed increase as stipulated by the Commission. The report's detailed in nature. Any additional queries I'm happy to attend to, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillors. Any questions to the report? Noting the attachment there is quite comprehensive. Any comments to the report?
Just one comment,
Councillor Guinness.
Mate. For those listening, probably more than around the table here, I think but for those of us here too, it is a good idea that there is an independent commission that actually determines these wages, and the last thing we should be doing as councillors is determining what our wage is. It's the Commission's job to do that, and they research it, and we want an independent body like they are. And so I think I'd hate to think that would change away from that situation at any stage.
Thank you, Council, for those comments. Any other comments? I would just add that when you look through the report and you look at some of the submissions for changing categories, I know there have been considerations in the past for trying move this council to a different category. I don't think that's a relevant or value add, and I think our general view has been that we are in the right category at this point in history, and that clearly as many councils go through growth and almost as to our earlier conversation, an equal number of councils go through decline, there will be a continuing conversation about which categories are right. But I think for the scope and challenges that we're working through, we seem to be in a relevant position with those councils that share the category with us at this point in time. Each have slightly different challenges, but net seem about the same. There's no other comments. I'll ask the GM to introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.10 is that Council 1 receives the Local Government Remuneration Commission's annual report 2020-2021, and 2 adopts the Local Government Remuneration Commission's remuneration schedule effective from 1 July 2022 for the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillors.
Seek a mover, councillors. Councillor McGuinness. Any further questions to the report? Any further discussion to the report, councillors? Seek a seconder. Councillor West. Thank you. Councillor McGuinness, wish to speak further to your motion?
No, I'm right, man.
Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Councillors, thank you. That brings us to the close of the business of the ordinary meeting today, and therefore at 1:27 I declare the meeting closed, and thank those in the gallery for joining us today and wish you well with the rest of your day and bid you good day. Thank you, officers, for the diligent work in preparation.